8th spot up the backstretch, and Bertrada is 9th, but right there with a tightly packed bunch as they move up the backstretch. 6 lengths covers them, and Hot Dame is the leader with Talk Radio alongside. Share My Moon, center of the track, is 3rd. It's 24.18 seconds, the time for that opening quarter. Indian Nichols is in between horses 4th, 3 lengths off the lead. Coupon, and then How Lucky up toward the far outside, followed by Simply Beguiled between horses, who's 4 lengths from the front, and then Queen Louise. Bertrada at the back, 6 from the lead. Opening half mile went in 50.9 seconds. Talk Radio, the leader by a half length to the far turn, and Share My Moon is second up on the outside. How Lucky, 3 wide, moving up into 3rd. Simply Beguiled, 4 wide, is now going to 4th. 3 lengths from the front, they're at the quarter pole. Then Indian Nichols, followed by Hot Dame, and then Coupon. Bertrada is in between horses and is still running 8 lengths from the lead to the top of the stretch. Queen Louise at the back. They turn for home. Talk Radio leading Simply Beguiled by 2 lengths. Coming to the final furlong, Simply Beguiled taking aim. Talk Radio hanging tough so far in the final furlong here and leads it by a length and a half. Further back, Coupon is in 3rd. Bertrada is still far back. Talk Radio chased by Simply Beguiled, but still 2 lengths between them. Talk Radio, Joel Rosario win it. Simply Beguiled 2nd. Coupon was across the line in 3rd. Share My Moon was 4th, and Bertrada was 5th. Talk Radio, owned by Mrs. J.V. Shields Jr. Belmont trains. Joel Rosario rides the winner. Talk Radio, a 3-year-old filly by gemologist out of Game Fair by Quiet American. The winner bred in Kentucky by Joseph V. Shields. They're off. Dearest Kitten between horses. Tayet down toward the inside, and Tracy Flick up close. Dearest Kitten moves forward, has the early lead. Tracy Flick will go in the 2nd position. Ida's Storm, a lane off the rail, moves up down toward the inside. In 3rd, into 2nd, now moves up inside the leader, Dearest Kitten. Dearest Kitten outward from the rail. Ida's Storm is there to the inside to challenge for the top spot. Tayet goes 3rd. Behind that front duo, gap of 2 back to Tracy Flick 4th. Around the outside, a Fairchild who saves ground in 5th against the rail around that first turn. And then Som Juice to the outside, Naked on the Beach, who is in between horses. A break of 2 more lengths back to Magic Ride next to last, and Rosalita trails. The opening quarter went to 22.93 seconds. Dearest Kitten toward the outside, leads at 3/4 of a length. Ida's Storm is 2nd by 5. Tayet is running along in 3rd by a length. Tracy Flick 4th, a half length. Fairchild is 5th down toward the inside. Som Juice is in the 6th position to the far turn. Naked on the Beach 7th. Magic Ride 8th. Rosalita at the back. It was 46.92 seconds for the opening half mile. Dearest Kitten still outward from the rail, leading at 3/4 of a length. Ida's Storm, then Tayet. Now Tayet moves up into 3rd, now to 2nd. Now is right alongside of Dearest Kitten. Tracy Flick goes to 4th behind her, and Fairchild is 5th in between horses, now taking 4th, 3 lengths off the lead. Tayet is the leader, 1/4 mile to come. Tracy Flick goes to 2nd. Fairchild behind horses. Rosalita, then Som Juiced on the far outside, who goes to the 5th spot, now to 4th, still fry from the lead. It is Tayet in front. Tayet with Tracy Flick, and then Fairchild between that pair. Rosalita, Som Juiced in 5th. Tayet in front. Fairchild trying to catch her along with Tracy Flick. Fairchild, Tracy Flick coming after Tayet. Fairchild and Tracy Flick. Fairchild and Tracy Flick at the line. Photo for the win. Either Fairchild or Tracy Flick for the top spot behind. Unofficial winner of race 4 is number 3 Fairchild, owned by the Stone Street Stables LLC of Barbara Banke. Trained by Mark Cassie, Tyler Gaffalione, the jockey. Fairchild, a 3-year-old filly by Speightstown out of Samantha. They're off. There goes By B along with Get the Prize. Norin far outside kicks in. Norin moves up along with Get the Prize. These two come to the front together. By B drops back down toward the inside. There goes Banks Island out toward the center of the track, moving up into 3rd. And now By B responds to the inside from 4th. And Dean Martini joins that pair in between those two at the back of the pack as they head for the far turn. Norin has a head in front briefly, but it is Get the Prize right there to the inside. 22.91 seconds was the time for for the opening quarter. By B to the inside, Banks Island far outside in fourth position. Dean Martini between that pair is fifth. 3 lengths covers them to the far turn, and Norin is the leader. It is Norin toward the outside, who leads it by just a neck. Get the Prize is second by 2 lengths. Banks Island goes to third. By B is fourth by a neck. Dean Martini is fifth around the turn, now 5 lengths from the lead. Norin toward the outside to the top of the stretch with a neck in front. Get the Prize right there toward the inside, though, and second as they turn for home. A gap of 3. Banks Island will take aim toward the far outside from third. Dean Martini fourth. By B is in fifth. Get the Prize. Norin 1-2. Banks Island tries to reel them in, but is still in third past the 8th pole. And now Get the Prize with the advantage back out a length and a half. Norin, and then comes Banks Island. 16th pole, Get the Prize. With Banks Island a length away at the line, Get the Prize. 2 wins today for Miguel Mena. Banks Island had to settle for second. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 5th race, 4 Get the Prize, owned by Town & Country Racing, LLC of Kiki Cortellis, owned also by Spendthrift Farm, LLC, Eric Gustafson. Al Stahl Jr. And they're off. There goes Southern Will. Convection has early speed as well. All the Diamonds moves up toward the inside, and Screenplay up close. Now going into the 3rd position. Orb of the Burrows away running 5th toward the outside. Boré Trick is 6th down toward the rail as they head for the far turn. And then Breezy Money moves up in 7th around the outside of Marvelous Moondance, who had to check in traffic, drop back into the 8th spot. Spite and Malice is in 9th. Then Mr. Thunderstruck, who's down toward the inside. It's Sponsored, who's wide at the back. It was 22.02 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. All the Diamonds has the lead 3/4 of a length. Convection second, a length and a half. Orb of the Burrow third ahead. Screenplay fourth toward the inside of that one. Southern Will is in 6th. Breezy Money is a wide 7th. Marvelous Moondance is 8th. They turn for home. All the Diamonds. Convection 1-2. Orb of the Burrow third. Screenplay is looking for an opening down toward the inside in 4th. Southern Will is in 5th. Convection, the leader. Screenplay up the inside into 2nd past the 8th pole. Convection, Screenplay second, 3 lengths away. Orb of the Burrow in 3rd. Marvelous Moondance, then Southern Will. Convection in front past the 16th pole. Convection, 2 wins today for Tyler Gaffalione. Convection wins it. Screenplay going to be home 2nd. Marvelous Moondance ran a big race to be 3rd. It's going to be a multiple horse photo to separate 4th and 5th. Circle for Keeneland's 6th race, number 10, Convection, owned by Brian Chenvert and Apogee Racing of Christian Hayes, trained by Eddie Keneally. 2 wins for Tyler. They're off. El Ahijado down toward the inside, out for the lead. Beachwalker is right there. Ready Soul up toward the outside. El Ahijado goes to the front, though. Beachwalker moves up into 2nd. Ready Soul goes 3rd. Now here comes Jewel Stone. Jewel Stone bursting through with a bit of speed there as they head for the first turn. Goes from 3rd to 2nd, right to the lead. Jewel Stone for Joel Rosario up front. Opens up here by nearly 3 lengths into the first turn. El Ahijado will go 2nd by 4. Beachwalker is 3rd. Buy Me Candy is 4th to the inside. Ready Soul 5th up on the outside. Glenn County saving ground down toward the rail in 6th. Carmel Bay is in 7th position. Starting over is 8th. Sabolian alongside that one is 9th. Blanket of Roses 10th and last. Opening quarter went in 23.5 seconds. Jewel Stone is the leader. 4-length lead up the back stretch. And then El Ahijado is 2nd by 3, followed by Beachwalker, who's 3rd 3/4 of a length. Buy Me Candy 4th on the outside by 2. And then Ready Soul in 5th. Carmel Bay on the outside of that one 6th. Glenn County is 7th down toward the inside. Starting over is 8th to the far turn. Sabolian, and then Blanket of Roses 47.95 seconds the time for the opening half mile. Jewel Stone a 7-length lead moving midway on the far turn. El Ahijado is 2nd by 3/4 of a length. Beachwalker 3rd 3/4 of a length. Buy Me Candy swings 3 wide up from the 4th position. A gap of 2 to Glenn County in 5th, followed by Ready Soul in 6th. Starting over is 7th at the quarter pole, 10 lengths off the lead. Jewel Stone backing up toward toward the field. El Ahijado moves up a closer second to the inside. And then Buy Me Candy. Ready Soul far outside. Glenn County is running. Beachwalkers there between horses. El Ahijado up the inside. Starting over. Looks for room to the inside. Starting over. Coming after Glenn County. Buy Me Candy far outside is third. Glenn County is waking up to the challenge in deep stretch. And Glenn County wins it for Tyler Gaffalione. Starting over, got second by a neck on the line from Buy Me Candy. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, the official winner of the Scarteen, 6 Glenn County. Owned by 3 Diamonds Farm of Kirk Wyckoff, the trainer Mike Maker. And they're off. There goes Anna's Fast for the lead. Palace Avenger a step quicker, though. And Call on Mischief is away running in third. Palace Avenger to the front. Anna's Fast goes second. Call on Mischief third. Ain't No Elmers fourth up on the outside. Break of 3 more lengths back to Club Car, who trails the field for the move up the backstretch. And it is Palace Avenger who leads it down toward the inside, 3/4 of a length. Anna's Fast is second on the outside, a half length. Call on Mischief, a close third down to the inside, runs out a racetrack, has to back off into the turn. And Ain't No Elmers and Club Car to complete the field. It was 22.05 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Palace Avenger, the leader around the far turn, 3/4 of a length, as Anna's Fast goes second up on the outside. Ain't No Elmers tries to join that front pair, has to go wide in third at the quarter pole. Call on Mischief is fourth down toward the inside, 2 lengths off the lead. Club Car going to swing wide, moving from that last position. Club Car has clear sailing down the far outside to come after Palace Avenger past the 8th pole, and it is Club Car. Club Car just rolls on by to the lead past the 16th pole, last to first to win the feature. Club Car and Corey Lannery. Palace Avenger hangs on for second, head-bobbing photo for third, either Call on Mischief or Ain't No Elmers for that third. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 8th and featured race, the Warrendale 4 Club Car, owned by Michael and Catherine K.K. Ball. Ben Colebrook is the trainer and Corey Lannery the jockey. Club Car, a 5-year-old daughter of Malibu Moon, out of Sitting at the Bar by Into Mischief, bred in Kentucky by Brett Brinkman. And they're off. There's Bitten by Kitten along with Mischievous Mel. Here comes Black Sand and Delita from the center of the course. Black Sand, Bitten by Kitten. They go at it with Mischievous Mel for the top spot. And Delita goes fourth up on the outside, now taking third. Here's Robin's Fantasy moving forward into fifth. Around the outside of Dance for the Empire, who's away running in the 6th position. 1 lane off the rail, 3 lengths from the lead. The Ginger Queen is in 7th. Jahara 8th. Picasso Collection 9th. My Sweet Story 10th. Against the rail, moving up a couple of spots, saving ground around the first turn. Nearly 8 lengths off the lead. Bitten by Kitten is the leader. Opening quarter, 24.48 seconds. Bitten by Kitten leading Delita 3/4 of a length. Mischievous Mel is third down toward the inside. Black Sand is fourth in between horses, nearly 3 lengths from the front. And then Robin's Fantasy, fifth on the outside of that one. Gap of 2 more lengths back to Dance for the Empire. The Ginger Queen on the outside moves up toward the center of the course and the center of the pack. My Sweet Story against the rail is in 8th. Picasso Collection, then Jahara, who's last of the 10. 50.16 seconds for the opening half mile. Bitten by Kitten leads at a half length to the far turn. Delita second. Robin's Fantasy third up on the outside. Mischievous Mel is fourth down toward the inside. Black Sand is between horses fifth, 3 lengths off the lead, midway on the far turn. The Ginger Queen, being asked for more, has to angle to the center of the course, picks up 2 positions, goes to fourth, 6 lengths from the front. Top of the stretch, Bitten by Kitten leads it. Delita alongside. The Ginger Queen, center of the course. Robin's Fantasy there. Mischievous Mel looks for room down toward the inside. Black Sand still has work to do. Picasso Collection is in 6th. Mischievous Mel up the inside for the lead. Mischievous Mel past Bitten by Kitten. It is Mischievous Mel in front by 3. Bitten by Kitten in second. And then Robin's Fantasy down to the line. Mischievous Mel to win it for Gabriel Saez. It was My Sweet Story with a late charge up the Keeneland's 9th and final race, the haphazard, to Mischievous Mel, owned by Lothenbach Stables Incorporated of Bob Lothenbach. Neil Pessin, the trainer, gave Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse, where the main track is listed sloppy. It will be an all-main track card. We are off the turf. Keeneland is off the turf. All 8 races will be contested on the main track, which is listed sloppy. First race starts the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes. Also begins the early pick 5. There are no changes to report in that opening race. Race 2 is where the early pick 4 gets underway. There is a carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 jackpot, $17,266. In that second race, a jockey change on the 1, War Eagles Love. That'll be Declan Cannon. That's in the second race, number 1, War Eagles Love. The jockey is Declan Cannon. Third race is where the pick 6 begins, a carryover, $53,696. No changes in that third event. Fourth race is where the late pick 5 begins, and in that fourth race, scratch the 7 Angus Sonic and scratch the 8 San Costantino. Scratch the 7 Angus Sonic, scratch the 8 San Costantino. Jockey change on part of entry 1A Junior's Gift, Rafael Mojica Jr. That's the 1A Junior's Gift, Rafael Mojica Jr. Please note that the part of entry 2B, Valiant Charge, draws into the race. Mitchell Merle, the jockey. Part of entry 2B, Valiant Charge, draws into the race. Mitchell Merle will be the jockey there. Moving to race 5, that's where the late pick 4 begins. The fifth race off the turf, a 1 1/8 main track. Race 5 off the turf, 1 1/8 on the main track. Scratch the 1 Sunset Kiss. Scratch 2 Elka du Huarte. Also scratch 3 I Hear You. Scratch the 4 Talking Book. Scratch the 6 Tazamu. Scratch 7 Take Charge Row. Also scratch the 8 Vespa. Scratch 11 Lake Lucerne. And scratch 12 Ballymore Star. Again, scratch 1, 2, 3, 4. Also scratch 6, 7, 8. And scratch 11 and 12. Please note, number 13, My Last First Kiss, draws into the race. There will be no Super High 5, no Superfecta, no Trifecta, no show wagering on that fifth event. Race 6, scratch number 1, Living for Today. That's in the 6th race, scratch the 1, Living for Today. 7th race comes off the turf. That'll go 1 1/16 on the main track. 7th race off the turf, 1 1/16 on the main track. Scratch the 2 Stunning Sky. Scratch 3 Amazima. Also scratch the 5 Al Nassim. Scratch the 6 Winter Sunset. Scratch the 7 Temple City Terror. Again, scratch 2 Stunning Sky, 3 Amazima, and also scratch 5 Al Nassim, 6 Winter Sunset, and 7 Temple City Terror. Please note, number 8, His Glory, draws into the race. 8th and final race has no changes at this time. Also, one other note regarding that 7th race, because of those scratches, no Super High 5, no Superfecta, no Trifecta, no Exacta, no place, no show wagering. Race 7, because that race is off the turf to the main track, lots of scratches, no Super High 5, no Superfecta, no Trifecta, no Exacta, no place, and no show wager on race 7. And again, the 8th race has no changes at this time. Right now, let's check in downstairs with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Happy Wednesday to you, Kurt Becker, and to those of you joining us here on this wet afternoon at Keeneland Racecourse. And for those of you joining us at home, Scott Hazelton, Gabby Gaudette will be here with you, guiding you through these 8 races along with Kurt Becker. And Gabby, off the turf, so a lot of scratches and changes to keep track of, as we heard there from Kurt Becker.
That's right. Hopefully the rain tapers off here pretty soon. It looks like it's died down a little bit, so that's at least encouraging. So hopefully we can dry out that main track as we get closer to the latter half of the card.
Let's focus in on the latter half of the card and the featured event. Just 3 to choose from now in race number 7. 3 other than allowance race. You've got the main track only entrant that does draw in, as Kurt announced, His Glory for Joe Sharp, who should be the favorite. Final Cut remains in here. And you've also got Joy Epiphora, who comes off of a solid run against Stakes Company at Fairgrounds.
His Glory will likely be the heavy favorite in here because she was entered for main track only, and she also has a lot of speed. She has enough speed to kind of open up on this 3-horse field. So she looks to be I think, the heavy favorite in there, but I promise you there are other races that are very interesting. Scott, some of the dirt races have stayed well intact.
Yeah, that's race number 7. We're taking a look at post time for the 7th, 4:24 Eastern time. Race number 6 has some depth to it as we look forward to kicking off this card just past the top of the hour. "18 minutes away from the opener, race number 1, 30,000 claimers, 3-year-old fillies, a mile and a 16th on the sloppy main track. And this race does start the early pick 5. No surprises that Sunny Isle Beach is 2-5, this heavy of a favorite. This is a filly for trainer Danny Gargan, who takes a big drop down in class. She started off her career with Ken and Sarah Ramsey and trainer Wesley Ward. She ran against Golden Powell, eventual Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint winner, and the Skidmore at Saratoga. They dropped her in for 40 right after. Here at Keeneland, she won. That's when these connections claimed her, and she immediately won for them off the claim in mid-December at Gulfstream Park, and then finished in the money in the last 2 as the beaten favorite. They're dropping her here today, being aggressive with her. They're probably going to lose her based on what she's been able to do. So when you're going to lose a horse, you normally put them in a spot to win. Not saying you don't each and every time, but she is the filly to beat. I tried to come up with a scenario going through this field where she loses, and I just simply couldn't. It's 1-5. It is what it is. I think that she and the 2 horse are the ones that chase themselves or chase around there. The number 2 would probably be just off of the number 4 horse, and she's my second selection, Champagne Toast. I think for Kelly Rubley, she's the one that can go with the favorite coming in off of a sloppy track effort at Laurel. She's 8-1 right now, is the 2 Champagne Toast. Jimmy Graham is in the saddle. She was a winner just 3 starts back in a waiver claim situation. So the 2 Champagne Toast, there she is, Daughter of Congrats, my second selection, as she looks nice down in the paddock. And then finally, Dramatizer on the inside. She comes out of some tough races. She faced Lady Traveler, Travel Column, some of the best in this 3-year-old division. Posting up is a nice Cherie DeVoe filly that she was beaten by last time out. So, Gabby, she's taken a big drop down in class. And at 9-2, that could wake her up as the Daughter of Exaggerator moves back to the main track.
This is who I go to try to beat the favorite, Scott, at 9-2, because when you look at her form, okay, yeah, she's been off form in her last 2 races, but those were really tough races. Stakes Company in one race, an allowance race in the other. She finally broke through at the maiden $50,000 level, breaking her maiden, and it was a very impressive victory. She pretty much came from last to first, but ultimately I think she's best going 2 turns, probably even better on the dirt versus the turf. And this is her first opportunity to come back to the main track against claiming competition. She's only gone against claiming competition 1 time before in the past, and that was a winning effort. So this just seems like the right type of move for trainer Keith DeSormo. The only problem is she's really going to have to run down the favorite because she doesn't have much early speed. But I do think the class is there, which could put her on a level playing field with their 1-5 favorite. The 4 Sunny Isle Beach is the second selection for me at 1-5 for trainer Danny Gargan. Yes, she's been impressive, but all those races have been at 1-turn distances, and I just wonder if she can be as effective going a mile and a 16th. This is her first time in her entire career that she's ever been at a mile and a 16th, and it's also her first time on a sloppy main track. I think the 2 is going to hook up with the 4 Sunny Isle Beach. The 3. I think the 3 will hook up with the 4 Sunny Isle Beach, and we'll see if she has the stamina to get to the finish line at a mile and a 16th. But she also has been the beaten favorite in her last 2 races, which is food for thought considering she's 1-5. And then the 2, Champagne Toast. Her last race was disappointing, in my opinion, because she looked like she should have won the race off of class alone. She was in for $25,000. She kind of showed speed and then faded to finish 4th, but a bad 4th when you watch it visually. Did she not like the track that day? Will she not like the track this day at 9-1? There are a lot of questions, but she still, in my opinion, has to improve off of her best effort in order to be a factor against the top two horses in here between the 1 and the 4. So I liked the 1 dramatizer to try to beat the 1-5 favorite, and then I think there's a wide gap between them and the rest of the field, but we'll see what happens. 1-5 on the 4, Sunny Isle Beach. We'll see if she can get back into the winner's circle here for trainer Danny Gargan. 1-5, 14 minutes out from the opener.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. Fillies, 3 years of age, a $30,000 claiming price, mile and a 16th over the main track, which is listed sloppy. A reminder, we are off the turf at Keeneland, so all 8 races today will be contested on the main track. Again, currently listed sloppy. First race finishes in the short stretch, the first wire. Double pick 3, start of the early pick 5. No changes in that first race. To get us started with an all main track pick 5 to start the day. Post time at 7 minutes.
Six minutes away from this Wednesday opener, and here's a look at the number 1 horse, Dramatizer, daughter of Exaggerator. He was a good runner on the off track. We'll see how she handles these conditions here today, coming out of tougher races on the drop-in class for trainer Keith DeSormo.
And she's by Exaggerator. You would think that she would handle a main track like this, and physically it looks like it. She's not really a heavy-bodied type of filly. She's light. She's pretty narrow, and so from that standpoint, from a physical standpoint, it looks like she should be able to handle the track conditions. It's just her lack of speed that worries me, Scott, but this is her first opportunity going 2 turns on the main track against Claiming Company, and that's why I think she can break through here.
The 1-5 favorites, Sunny Isle Beach for Danny Gargan, filly that it opened up at this short of a price, and by Jimmy Creed. We talked about it on today at Keeneland. Distorted Humor, such a positive influence on runners when the track comes up wet, as we have here today. Jimmy Creed, a son of Distorted Humor. Tough to get around this one for me. And I know you questioned the 2 turns. I just think that she gets to the front and never looks back over the sloppy track.
It could be the case. Or her only other pace pressure horses in here could be the 3 Time for Glory or the 2 Champagne Toast. And physically, those horses just don't look like 2-turn horses in my estimate. So, yeah, Sunny Isle Beach, she definitely gets the A+ here in terms of her physical presence today, or physical appearance and her presence today, Scott. She looks like a heavy favorite that's going to be tough to beat at 2-5.
Race 1 started the early pick 5 on this Wednesday card. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race. Start of the all-main track early, pick 5. Again, off the turf today, all 8 Keeneland races to be contested on the main track, currently listed as sloppy. First wire, they are at the post. They're off. There goes Sunny Isle Beach along with Champagne Toast. And Champagne Toast will have the early lead and scoots over next to the rail as they head for the first turn. Sunny Isle Beach is now second up on the outside. Dramatizer away third. A little flyer fourth on the outside. And Time for Glory at the back as they move into the turn. Champagne Toast is the leader, and Champagne Toast is on top by just over a length. Dramatizer is second by a head. And there's Sunny Isle Beach inching forward toward the outside now to challenge for that second spot. Takes second and neck, a length off the lead as they enter the back stretch. A little flyer next to last, and Time for Glory nearly 5 from the front is the trailer. 24.95 seconds over the sloppy going on the main track here in the opener at Keeneland. Champagne Toast is the leader. Champagne Toast on top by a length. Sunny Isle Beach second ahead. Dramatizer fights back to the inside of that one from third. A break of 2 more lengths back to a little flyer. 2 back of that one, Time for Glory. Midpoint of the backstretch, 49.13 seconds was the time for the opening half mile. Champagne Toast will guide the field onto the far turn, leading Sunny Isle Beach by a length. Dramatizer close third to the inside, and then a little flyer, 3 lanes off the rail in fourth, 3 from the front, gap of 2 more. Time for Glory is the trailer. Midway on the final turn, it is Champagne Toast in front. Dramatizer moves up just off the leader's flank and second by a length and a half. And then a little flyer past the quarter pole. Sunny Isle Beach drops back. Time for Glory has to go wide from last, still 7 lengths from the lead. Here's Dramatizer up to put a head in front off the far turn. Champagne Toast fights right back, regains the lead a half length into the final furlong. Time for Glory 5 lengths away in third. It is Champagne Toast with the lead toward the rail. Dramatizer second a length away. Time for Glory has gone to third, but still far back at the wire. Champagne Toast, Dramatizer. Champagne Toast wins at a half length. Dramatizer second. Time for Glory across the wire in third. A little flyer fourth, and Sunny Isle Beach was fifth.
Jimmy Graham and Champagne Toast taking advantage of the inside draw and the speed. That got her to the front. The favorite tried to stalk from off the pace, Sunny Isle Beach. She was empty at the 3/8 pole. The only one that was with the 2 is the 1. and they're going to hook up at this stage of the game, and the two just kept on going.
That's why James Graham wins so many races, because he's aggressive with his horses. He sent this filly out of the gate today. She managed to make the lead, and she didn't mind the sloppy conditions that she was on here as well. She had enough left to fight off the late challenge by the one Dramatizer, as Scott mentioned, that 1-5 favorite off the board. Nice price, 13-1, kicks off today's Wednesday program.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race: 2 Champagne Toast was first, 1 Dramatizer second, 3 Time for Glory third, 5 A Little Flyer was fourth. 2-1-3-5 unofficial. First race results official: 2-1-3-5. The official results for Keeneland's first. Official winner of Keeneland's first race: 2 Champagne Toast, owned by Elements Racing LLC, of Stephen Smith, trained by Kelly Rubley. James Graham, the jockey. Champagne Toast, a 3-year-old filly by Congrats out of La Gatita by Tail of the Cat, bred in Maryland by Robert Manfuso and Catherine Voss. 8.5 furlongs over the main track, listed sloppy, 1 minute 45.79 seconds. Keeneland's second race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the early pick 4. All races today at Keeneland will be contested on the main track. The main track is currently listed sloppy. We are off the turf, everything to be contested on the main track. Second race, jockey change for the one War Eagles Love, Declan Cannon. Declan Cannon, the jockey for the one War Eagles Love. Keep in mind, carryover for that Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, that is $17,266. Race 2 finishes in the short stretch at the first wire. Declan Cannon rides the one War Eagles Love. Looking ahead to the third race, there are no changes to report at this time in race 3. Going to the fourth, a reminder in the fourth event, scratch the 7 Angus Sonic and scratch the 8 San Costantino. That's in the fourth race, scratch 7 Angus Sonic and scratch 8 San Costantino. Jockey for part of entry 1A Junior's Gift, Rafael Mojica Jr. That's part of entry 1A Junior's Gift, Rafael Mojica Jr. Please note part of entry 2B Valiant Charge draws into the race, jockey Mitchell Merle. Part of entry 2B Valiant Charge, jockey Mitchell Merle. Race 5 off the turf, 1 1/8 on the main track. That's race 5 off the turf, 1 1/8 on the main track. Scratch the 1 Sunset Kiss, scratch 2 Elka du Hawarate, scratch 3 I Hear You, scratch 4 Talking Book. Also scratch the 6 Tazamu, scratch 7 Take Charge Row, scratch the 8 Vespa. Also scratch 11 Lake Lucerne and scratch 12 Ballymore Star. Again, scratch 1 Sunset Kiss, 2 Elka du Hawarate, 3 I Hear You, 4 Talking Book. Also scratch 6 Tazamu, 7 Take Charge Row, 8 Vespa, and scratch 11 Lake Lucerne and 12 Ballymore Star. Please note, number 13, My Last First Kiss, draws into the race. There will be no Super High 5 on that fifth race, no Superfecta, no Trifecta, no show wager on race 5.
We move along to race number 2, start of the early pick 4, and we'll start the early pick 4 with a group of fillies and mares 4 and up, which have started for a tag of $5,000 or less in that starter allowance spot, or an optional $10,000 tag. And right now, taking a look at Matt's Honey, my top selection. She's right now second choice in the wagering at odds of 3-1. Matt's Honey for Chris Hartman comes in from Fairgrounds, a mare that should be able to sit close here. She's run on and off track in the past. She's yet to win, but I think she's a danger based on the class relief that she gets. That was a much tougher spot that she was in her most recent start at Fairgrounds in mid-March. So a month later, back into spots like we saw her compete in prior to that, and win and finish in the money. So Matt's Money, Mitchell Murrow back with her, another positive. He was aboard her during that string of good races down in New Orleans for trainer Chris Hartman. So she's 3-1 right now, and I think that she's got a big shot here today to bounce back out of tough company into an easier spot here today. The number 5 horse, Malibu Mora, is the 2-1 current favorite, and she is a mare by Uncle Mo that will be trying the main track for the first time since she was a winner for 5,000. She tried 20,000 company, as well as running against Matt's Money in the Honey in that race 2 starts back and then off the turf event. I mean, she figures in here. She should sit a similar trip. I think that these two fillies are really interchangeable in their form, in their ability, and 2-1 versus 3-1 slight edge to the 5 right now in the wagering. And then the 2 horse will be my third choice, 10-1 right now on Positive Vibes, a power broker mare who takes a drop down in class at a Mahoning Valley competition and Turfway competition. She didn't show up last time out, but I think that this is got to be an easier spot than what she saw last time out up in Ohio. I think James Graham has a big opportunity to potentially take the early double from the same slot, Gabby. He won from post 2. He knows how this track is going right now. We'll see if he can do it here today, again, with Positive Vibes and back-to-back races to kick off the card.
Yeah, Scott, he might have a good early half to the day here, but you and I both land on the same horse with the number 6, Matt's Honey. This is a mare that has been in very good form as of late. I mean, not necessarily her last race, but when she's against the right level of competition, she's extremely consistent. Her last race just came up very tough. She's a horse that usually is placed in races where she's no larger than 5-1 odds. She was 16-1 in there. She showed speed in a slow pace and then just faltered. So I'm glad to see Matt's Honey back at a reasonable level. And I think it's worth noting that her career best, which is the 72 Beyer speed figure, came right here at Keeneland in her first start for the Chris Hartman barn. It was the first start off of the claim, and he's pretty much spotted her in some good places since then. Not necessarily her last race, but they've done a good job with this mare, and I just think this is a good spot for her. She's not slow. She'll be able to sit off the pace and be able to hopefully succeed from there. My only concern with her is the 0-for-7 record on a wet main track. We'll see if she can overcome that trend. The number 4, Lady Kaza, is fast, and she might be able to dictate things in this race. It's a question of class. Her last race wasn't great on a sloppy sealed track first off the claim, but I do think today we could maybe see a performance similar to what we saw at the Fairgrounds in December. That race, she got a 72 Beyer speed figure. She won by 10, beating a field of 10. So she can be a little bit hot and cold at times, but when she is on, she can run a fast enough race in order to beat this field today at 5-1. I think Corey Lanery will be very aggressive with her and hopefully send out of the gate. And then finally, the number 5, Malibu Moira for George Leonard III. This is a filly, or mare, I should say, that comes back to the main track after finishing 4th behind Matt's Honey 2 starts back. It still is a question of class. Her last race in which she won was at the $5,000 level. That was a beaten claiming condition. This is a much tougher race. So I don't personally see why she is the 5-2 favorite. I thought that the 6 would be the favorite in here. We'll see how things change as we get closer to post time. But she does try to fire her best all the time. 4-time winner out of 19 starts, 5 seconds on form. So she is a reliable sort in terms of the top 3 at 5-2. But I opt for the 6, Matt's Honey, coming back to a place where she's run her career best. She's co-favorite right now at 5-2 as we're 15 minutes out from the second.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. Starter optional claiming race for a price of $10,000. Fillies and mares age 4 and up. Mile and a 16th over the main track listed sloppy. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Double pick 3 and start of the early pick 4. All Keeneland races today will be contested on the main track. We are off the turf. Carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $17,266. A reminder, the jockey for the 1, War Eagles Love, Declan Cannon. Declan Cannon, the jockey for the 1, War Eagles Love. Post time in 8 minutes.
Some front side observations here for race number 2, 7 minutes away, now 6 minutes away. The number 1 horse, War Eagles Love. She's a winner from the past here at Keeneland Racecourse, and she is pretty warm out on the track. She's pretty lathered up around the neck, so wouldn't be surprised if this filly is quick away from the starting gate. War Eagles Love, Declan Cannon, the replacement rider for the number 1 horse for the Anthony Stephen barn. The number 3 horse, Maria Rose, is a 6-year-old Arkansas-bred mare who is competing here in Kentucky, making her second start at Keeneland Racecourse. She's not a bad-looking mare. She is 8-1 right now, as she's run some solid races at Turfway Park, so back onto the dirt for the first time since a run-up in Chicago in late November at Hawthorne Racecourse. Maria Rose making a nice appearance. Gabe Saez had a nice end of the week here at Keeneland on Sunday. We'll see if he can keep that momentum going. And then finally, the class of the race, Matt's Honey, the number 6 horse, also a winner from the past here at Keeneland. She really did look like a physical standout against these mares when they came through the tunnel. She's 5 now. She's getting set for her 5th start this season, and Hartman's got her just simply in the right spot here today. 5-2 is a square price on this mare as she's looking for her 7th career victory. Early pick 4 time. You've got 5 minutes to get those wagers in.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race. Start of the all-main track early, pick 4. Track is sloppy. First wire, they are at the post. They're off. There goes Betty B from the far outside. Lady Kaza between horses a step quicker, though, than War Eagle's Love down toward the inside. Lady Kaza has the lead, gets over toward the rail, leads the field into the first turn. As War Eagle's Love goes second, Betty B third, now taking second by a neck up the outside as they move midway on the first turn. Then Matt's Honey, 1 lane off the rail, in 4th position, up within 2.5 lengths of the lead. Gap of 2, Maria Rose is in 5th. Malibu Moira is 6th. Positive Vibes, last of the 7. 24.46 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Lady Kaza, the leader. Lady Kaza leads it by 3/4 of a length. Betty B, second 3/4 of a length. Matt's Honey, third, travels out in the center of the track. War Eagle's Love is 4th toward the inside. And then Maria Rose in 5th. Shifting lanes toward the outside. Still 4 from the front, though. Gap of 3 back to Malibu Moira. And 3 more back of that one. Positive Vibes brings up the back of the pack in 48.53 seconds for the opening half mile. Lady Kaza, the leader, 3/4 of a length to the far turn. And Betty B, second a length to Matt's Honey, third. War Eagle's Love is in 4th. Maria Rose, 5th on the outside. Still nearly 5 from the front, though. Malibu Moira next to last. She has lost ground around the turn. And Positive Vibes moves up on her outside from last as the leader, Lady Kaza, is at the quarter pole. Betty B is a neck away from the lead and now starting to draw alongside. Matt's Honey, a length off the front pair, third, top of the short stretch. Positive Vibes has gone to 4th. Malibu Moira is down toward the inside, now changing lanes behind horses in the 5th position as they move into the stretch. Positive Vibes on the far outside is coming after Matt's Honey and still fighting on Betty B. Those 3 at the front. Matt's Honey ahead in front. Positive Vibes now moves on by. Positive Vibes, James Graham aboard. Positive Vibes to win it. It's going to be close for second. Either Betty B or Matt's Honey. Behind that pair, Malibu Moira across the line in 4th.
Jimmy Graham sweeping the early daily double here in the sloppy conditions at Keeneland Racecourse. He took the opener, being aggressive and going straight to the front and leading gate to wire, but in this instance, he's able to get this mare from well off the pace. This mare was way back early on in the efforts, and she's able to pull off a 13-1 upset and does it pretty easily as she passes the 6-horse, one of the favorites in here, Matt's Honey, late in stretch. Little green there ducking in, but she was clear, winning by a length and a half. Jimmy Graham on a roll today. Positive Vibes as well.
Photo for play, sold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland second. The 2 Positive Vibes was first. 7 Betty B was second. 6 Matt's Honey third. 5 Malibu Moira fourth. And the 4 Lady Kaza was fifth. Objection sign posted on the infield board at Keeneland. A claim of foul has been lodged by the rider of number 6, Matt's Honey, against the unofficial winner, number 2, Positive Vibes, alleging interference in the stretch. Claim of foul by the jockey of the 6, Matt's Honey, against the unofficial winner, number 2, Positive Vibes, alleging interference in the stretch. Objection pending concerning the unofficial winner and third place finisher. Hold all tickets. On the television monitors and video boards, the split screen, the program feed to the left, steward's view to the right of the area of interest concerning the objection. The unofficial third place finisher, number 6, Matt's Honey, the jockey, lodging a claim of foul against unofficial winner number 2, Positive Vibes, alleging interference in the stretch. Hold all tickets. There has been a disqualification in Keeneland's second race. Stewards have ruled that number 2, Positive Vibes, who finished first, shall be disqualified and placed third for interference in the stretch committed against number 6, Matt's Honey. Again, stewards have ruled that number 2, Positive Vibes, who finished first, shall be disqualified and placed third for interference in the stretch committed against the 6, Matt's Honey. As a result, number 7, Betty B., who finished second, is placed first. 6, Matt's Honey, who finished third, is placed second. The new numbers 76254. Again, the new numbers following the stewards' ruling 76254 for Keeneland's second race. In the winner's circle is number 7, Betty B., owned by Marilyn Bramblage, who bred the winner in Kentucky, trained by Kelsey Danner. Tyler Gaffalione, the jockey. Betty B., a 5-year-old daughter of New Year's Day, out of Helene's honor by Honor and Glory. Results of race 2 are now official. 76254, the official results. Keeneland's third race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, and also the start of the pick 6. Carry over $53,696 for the pick 6. A reminder that all of the Keeneland races today are being contested on the main track, which is listed sloppy. We are off the turf. Everything to be contested on the main track, which is listed sloppy. There is a carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5 in this third event, and that'll be $18,419. In this third race, there are no scratches, no jockey changes. Looking ahead to the fourth. In the fourth race, scratch the 7 Angus Sonic, scratch the 8 San Costantino. That's in the fourth race, scratch 7 Angus Sonic, scratch 8 San Costantino. Jockey change for part of entry 1A, Junior's Gift, Rafael Mojica Jr. That's part of entry 1A, Junior's Gift, the jockey Rafael Mojica Jr. Please note part of entry 2B, Valiant Charge, draws into the race, jockey Mitchell Merle. Part of entry 2B, Valiant Charge, draws into the race, jockey Mitchell Merle. Race 5, off the turf, mile and an eighth main track. Race 5, off the turf, mile and an eighth main track. Scratch the 1 Sunset Kiss, scratch 2 Alca du Huarte, scratch 3 I Hear You, scratch 4 Talking Book. Also scratch 6 Tazamu, scratch 7 Take Charge Row, scratch the 8 Vespa. Also scratch 11 Lake Lucerne, and scratch 12 Ballymore Star. Again, scratch the 1 Sunset Kiss, 2 Alca du Huarte, 3 I Hear You, 4 Talking Book. Also scratch 6 Tazamu, 7 Take Charge Row, 8 Vespa, and also scratch 11 Lake Lucerne and 12 Ballymore Star. Please note, number 13, My Last First Kiss, draws into the race. No Super High 5, no Superfecta, no Trifecta, no show wager on that fifth race. Sixth event, scratch the 1 Living for Today. Again, scratch the 1 Living for Today. Seventh race, off the turf, mile and a 16th main track. That's the seventh race, off the turf, a mile and a 16th main track. Scratch the 2 Stunning Sky, scratch 3 Amazima. Also scratch 5 Al Nassim, 6 Winter Sunset, and 7 Temple City Terror. Again, scratch 2 Stunning Sky, 3 Amazima. Also scratch 5 Al Nassim, 6 Winter Sunset, and 7 Temple City Terror. Please note, number 8, His Glory, draws into the race. No Super High 5, no Superfecta, no Trifecta, no Exacta, no place, no show wagering on race 7. Eighth and final race has no changes at this time.
In race 2 at Keeneland today, there was a disqualification. There was an objection lodged by Mitchell Merle, the rider of third place number 6, alleging interference by the rider of the winner, unofficial winner, number 2, James Graham, in deep stretch. After reviewing the race replay and interviewing the riders, the stewards determined that number 2 angled in and caused the 6 to steady and lose momentum. For the interference, number 2, the unofficial winner, 2, was disqualified and placed third behind number 6. Official order of finish in race 2 at Keeneland today, 7, 6, 2, 5, 4.
Race number 3 starts the pick 6 this afternoon. Do keep in mind there's a over $50,000 carryover from the Sunday card. So get those wagers in over the course of the next 16 minutes. It'll start with a group of 50,000 claimers, 4 and up, a mile and a 16th on the sloppy main track. And Mubarmaj is my top selection and the current favorite at 6-5. The drop in class that this very good-looking son of Keeneland is making is tough to ignore. He was a 2-time winner in New York. He missed all of 2020. They came back, gave him a race at a one-turn mile distance, a same distance that he had been successful at Belmont Park when he broke his maiden, and he cooked a tough group. It was Attachment Rate winning that race at the end of February at Gulfstream Park, who was recently third behind Flagstaff in the Commonwealth Stakes here at Keeneland on opening weekend. West Willpower, the runner-up in that race, was a winner for Gary and Mary West this past weekend here at Keeneland as well. So very much a drop in class for this 5-year-old son of Keeneland. They're being very realistic with him, showing up for 50. If he is anywhere near what he has been in the past, I think he's going to be ultra tough to beat in this spot. And sons and daughters of Keeneland tend to do well on the off track, just like their daddy. So Mubarmaj is my top selection in here with Luis Saez at 6-5. Go to the outside for my second choice. That's the number 7 horse, Someday Jones, for trainer Mike Maker. Here's a proven veteran of the game. He's 8 years old now. This will be his 35th career start. He's had 2 starts this season against tougher company. He's won on and off track in the past. Looks like a pretty straightforward runner looking at the way that he runs his races. When he gets good early position, he tends to put together a strong run late. He comes out of a tough race, not quite as tough as the favorite, but Limonite is a nice runner. That's who was the winner of that February 8th race. So class dropping, Someday Jones, classy horse. He's made over $700,000 in his career. He's a good price right now at 4-1. And then finally, I'll go to the 1 Our Alibi as the third selection, coming in off of victories at Mahoning Valley and Mountaineer. The competition is clearly much more difficult than what he's faced in his last few, but he's a horse that looks like he should be able to at least establish a position early on away from the gate, which might be even on the lead with Corrales in the saddle. So I think that he is one that you've got to respect, and respect his current form, which he has been running very well here as of late, starting back at the beginning of November, and has kept that pattern going, including a 15-length win, 2 starts back at Mountaineer. But again, this is a much tougher group than what he has seen in his last 2 wins. 13 minutes away from race number 3, classy group of $50,000 claimers getting set to kick off the pick 6.
Well, Scott, I wanted to pick up on the 1 here, Our Alibi, the horse that you were mentioning. And I hear you about the class and the competition, but I dug deeper in his last race at Mahoning Valley because I wanted to see how tough that 3 other than allowance was. And he actually beat a horse by the name of Celerity in there who came back to run 6th in a grade 3. Now, okay, 6th, but it was a field of, I believe, 10 horses in there, maybe even more. And the fact that he could come back and lose by 3 lengths in a grade 3 and this horse beat him in that race, I would think that 3 other than actually came up pretty tough at Mahoning Valley. So that's why I like this horse. I think he'll be able to show speed, be aggressive from the rail post, and hopefully pull away with this thing today. The question is the main track and if he'll like the sloppy sealed conditions, but he does have speed, and hopefully speed can be dangerous on this type of track today. The number 5, Mubarmaj, I get it. He's another horse that has speed. He's dropping in class. He faced attachment rate. He faced West Willpower last time out. All things to like about this horse, except the price at even money. So if you can try to beat him, you'll be paid handsomely in this type of race. It's worth noting, though, Todd Pletcher, whether he is dropping like this from allowance company to claiming company or maiden special weight company to maiden claiming company, it's very high statistics, between 25 and 30%. So it's a very, very strong angle for the barn. And then the number 6 horse, Pikachu. I like this horse a bit. He's proven on so many different surfaces, and he has all class. A 6-year-old, 14-time winner, 3-time winner on a fast main track and wet track, 3-time winner. He's a 6-time winner on synthetic. He's won multiple times on every type of surface you can run on: synthetic, wet track, fast track, turf course. So there's that type of class and consistency has to be admired in a race like this. He's 6-1, and the best thing about it too is that he's coming into the race off of a win. He's actually been in arguably the best form of his life in his 6-year-old season. So I have no fear with him coming back to the main track. And now looking at the board, I could even convince myself to maybe dabble in putting a win wager on him at 6-1. I think he's probably one of the more legitimate horses to try to beat the upset, or to try to beat the even money favorite here right now, the 5, Mubarmaj. But he is even money. Riders are up. Coming up next, race 3 kicks off the pick 6.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 3rd race, a claiming race for 4-year-olds and up. The claiming prize $50,000. Mile and a 16th over the main track listed sloppy. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Double, pick 3, and also the start of the pick 6. Carry over $53,696 for the pick 6. A reminder, we are off the turf. All Keeneland races today to be contested on the main track. And a carryover for that Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $18,419. No changes of the 3rd race. Post time at 7 minutes.
Race number 3, 6 minutes to post, and taking a look at the 1 Hour Alibi, the 6-year-old that's riding a 2-race win streak at Mountaineer and Mahoning Valley. He's not quite as big as these other horses, but he is all racehorse. He came out onto this track and he was feeling good. You've got to respect this 5-year-old or 6-year-old, at the price that he's getting, 10-1. Don't be shocked if he's able to pull off this upset in here, based on what we've seen from him in his recent races and the way that Eric Reed has him looking right now. He is going good right now for their connections. The number 5 horse, Mubarmaj, for Todd Pletcher. He's just such a physical standout. You can see why he was purchased for $375,000 as a yearling back in 2017 here at the Keeneland September sale. And he's warming up nicely over this off track, something that he has never seen before. He's got Luis Saez aboard. A lot of things to like about the way that he looks and the drop in class that he's taking here this afternoon. That's the favorite, who's currently sitting at odds of 6-5. And then the 7, Someday Jones, 8-year-old Smarty Jones runner, who's making his 35th career start. From a physical standpoint, he looks really nice. He hasn't raced in a couple of months, but Mike Maker has kept him quite fit as he's warming up over the off track. He is the runner in here with success over the off track. He and Pikachu, who is a 3-time winner from 8 starts. That's the number 6. But the 7 looks dead fit here today off of the 2-month layoff. He's 7-2 right now in the wagering. Don't forget about the Pick 6 carryover as the Pick 6 starts here with race number 3.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 3rd race, start of the all-main track, Pick 6. Track is sloppy. First wire, they are at the post. They're off. There goes Mubarmaj out running for the early lead. Mubarmaj right to the front. Our Alibi there to the inside. Someday Jones is there up toward the outside, and Fort Peck is away running in the fourth position. Big, beautiful wall, fifth to the inside. Olympic Romp moves up one spot around the outside of that one, and Olympic Romp going to shift lanes down to the rail now to save some ground. And picks up another position in the process, goes to fourth, moves up to challenge for third. Pikachu further back is the trailer as they head on to the back stretch. Our Alibi, the leader. Our Alibi has the lead by a length now. Mubarmaj is second by a length and a half. Someday Jones is third up on the outside by just a neck, and Olympic Romp is fourth to his inside. It was 23.54 seconds for the opening quarter, and then further back it is Fort Peck on the outside, travels in fifth, nearly 5 lengths off the lead, followed by Big Beautiful Wall to the inside, and Pikachu alongside that one is last, 6 from the front, following an opening half mile in 47.88 seconds. Our Alibi is the leader. Mubarmaj just a neck off the lead in second a length to Someday Jones, who's third up on the outside, a length off the front pair, going to go wide to the far turn though. And then Fort Peck alongside Olympic Romp. Big Beautiful Wall, Pikachu at the back. They're midway on the final turn. Our Alibi and Mubarmaj matching strides as they come to the quarter pole. They are 3 lengths to the good. Someday Jones third. Fort Peck is a wide fourth. Olympic Romp is fifth toward the inside. Big Beautiful Wall, Pikachu at the back. They turn into the short stretch, and Mubarmaj has a narrow lead. Our Alibi is second. Fort Peck to third. Someday Jones is fourth down toward the inside. Our Alibi fighting on to the inside, but Mubarmaj has a narrow lead. Someday Jones, Fort Peck. Big Beautiful Wall is fifth. Mubarmaj, the leader in deep stretch. Mubarmaj and Luis Saez. Mubarmaj wins it. Going to be close for second. It was either Fort Peck or Someday Jones for that runner-up spot. Behind that pair, Our Alibi fourth.
Mubarmaj had a tough customer to deal with. Our Alibi, who was as game as could possibly be throughout a majority of this race before he finally tired. But Mubarmaj able to wear him down and pull off this victory. These two hooked up early on in the race, and at this stage, Mubarmaj in that big physical imposing stride is going to take over.
And Mubarmaj got a really good trip pressing on the outside of Our Alibi, staying clean and in the clear there for trainer Todd Pletcher. Dangerous move here, going from allowance company to the claiming level today, and he gets the job done at 4-5.
Photo for place, hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. 5, Mubarmaj was first. 7, Someday Jones was second. 4, Fort Peck was third. 1, Our Alibi fourth. 2, Big Beautiful Wall fifth. 5, 7, 4, 1, 2, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, 5, Mubarmaj, owned by Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners of Aaron Wellman, owned also by Alex Dagenot, trained by Todd Pletcher, the jockey Luis Saez. Mubarmaj, a 5-year-old son of Curlin out of Christie's Treasure by Belong to Me, bred in Kentucky by Alpha Delta Stables, LLC. Mile and a 16th over the main track listed sloppy, 1 minute 44.6 seconds. Third race results official. 5-7-4-1-2, the official results for Keeneland's third. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, start of the late pick 5. All races today being contested on the main track. We are off the turf. Main track listed sloppy. Carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $19,712. In the fourth race, scratch the 7 Angasonic, scratch the 8 San Costantino. Scratch 7 Angasonic and scratch 8 San Costantino. Jockey for part of entry 1A Junior's Gift is Rafael Mojica Jr. That's part of entry 1A Junior's Gift, Rafael Mojica Jr., the jockey. Please note part of entry 2B Valiant Charge draws into the race. Make the jockey Mitchell Merle. That's part of entry 2B Valiant Charge will run. Make the jockey Mitchell Merle. Race 5 off the turf, 1 mile and an eighth on the main track. Scratch the 1 Sunset Kiss. Scratch 2 Elka du Huarte. Scratch 3 I Hear You. Scratch 4 Talking Book. Also scratch the 6 Tazamu, scratch the 7 Take Charge Row, and scratch 8 Vespa. Also scratch 11 Lake Lucerne and 12 Ballymore Star. Again, scratch 1, 2, 3, and 4 Sunset Kiss, Elka du Huarte, I Hear You, and Talking Book. Also scratch 6, 7, and 8 Tazamu, Take Charge Row, and Vespa. Also scratch 11 and 12, Lake Lucerne and Ballymore Star. Please note, number 13, My Last First Kiss, draws into the race. No super high 5, no superfecta, no trifecta, no show wager on that 5th race, which again goes 1 mile and an eighth on the main track. Race 6, scratch the 1, Living for Today. That's the 6th race, scratch the 1, Living for Today. 7th race off the turf, it goes 1 mile and a 16th on the main track. In that 7th race, scratch the 2 Stunning Sky, scratch 3 Amazima, scratch 5 Al Nassim, scratch 6 Winter Sunset, and scratch 7 Temple City Terror. Again, scratch the 2 Stunning Sky, also the 3 Amazima, scratch the 5 Al Nassim, the 6 Winter Sunset, and the 7 Temple City Terror. Please note, number 8, His Glory, draws into the race. No super high 5, no superfecta, no trifecta, no exacta, no place, no show wager on race 7. And again, that one goes 1 mile and a 16th on the main track. 8th and final race has no changes at this time.
Race number 4 starts the late pick 5 here on this Wednesday afternoon, and there is a look right now at the number 6 horse, Happy Soul, the first-time starter for trainer Wesley Ward. My top selection, a Keeneland graduate from the September sale of last season, 2020. Paid $50,000 for this daughter of Run Happy as she tackles the boys here today, and in doing so, she gets a bit of a weight break. She will be carrying 116 pounds to the 119 pounds that her male counterparts will be carrying. Johnny Velasquez gets the call. 3 workouts, that's what we've seen, the pattern from Wesley Ward in getting these 2-year-old runners here to the spring meet at Keeneland. And the most recent workout was a bullet out of the gate, 46-4. So you've got to expect that she's going to be quick away from there. Wesley Ward's the king of the 2-year-old racing in the springtime here at Keeneland. She is 6-5 right now and deserves to be in this group. My second choice is John Hancock's Warrior, a son of Fast Anna, who comes in with a couple of solid works from the gate here at Keeneland as well. Hancock has established himself as one of the top 2-year-old trainers here on this circuit in the springtime, and 5-1, he is getting noticed, the son of Fast Anna out of the First Dam Hell of a Night, who's by Yes It's True. Good post 1. If he's quick away from there, shouldn't be an issue for him to deal with this inside post position. And then finally to the outside, another one for Wesley Ward, a son of Firing Line, who comes in with 4 published workouts, so an added workout for this gelding here today. Nakatomi is his name. Gets Joel Rosario in the saddle, outside post. There he is, as calm as can be, getting set for his 2-year-old debut. And we've seen the Firing Lines perform well in the first few that have run. So going to go with Wesley Ward, first and third, Gabby, and John Hancock in the middle. 6, 3, and 10 for me in this 2-year-old race.
Well, I originally tried to go against Wesley Ward with the 8 San Constantino, but that's out. So I scratched into the 6, Happy Soul as the top pick. So I went Wesley Ward exacta here with the 6 Happy Soul on top. She comes into the race off of a bullet gate work last time out. Normally we do see Wesley Ward prepare his 3-year-olds, at least during the spring meeting at Keeneland, with several 3-furlong workouts. So it's kind of interesting to see this horse have a half-mile gate workout coming into this race on the 6th of April. But you can see her in the paddock. She looks very, very fit. She has an elegant look to her. A couple of the first-time starting 2-year-olds that we've seen Wesley debut, they had a little bit more condition than this filly, but I think this is a positive sign that she is definitely ready to fire at 4.5 furlongs today. The number 10, Nakatomi, the other one for Wesley Ward, as Scott mentioned, son of Firing Line. And this is more of what we've been seeing, at least from a physical perspective, just big, strong, powerful-looking horses. That's what I've been seeing from Wesley's 2-year-old so far during this meeting. He is very calm in the paddock. I'm curious to see how he kind of transitions trackside, because he looks kind of playful and not sure if he is completely focused today, but we'll see what he does here trackside. We'll be paying attention to him through the preliminary warm-ups. The 7, my third selection, is a scratch, so I would look to maybe the 3, Warrior. John Hancock, of course, knows how to prepare a first-time starter, or maybe the outside runner in the 11, Baytown Warrior. But we'll get a closer look at some of these individuals as they're warming up on trackside and give you more information in just a bit. But no surprise, the 6 is your 3-2 favorite, Happy Soul, one of 2 for trainer Wesley Ward.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race. The Brookdale Maiden Special Weight 2-year-olds Headley course 4.5 furlongs. Track is sloppy. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5. Carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $19,712. A reminder that we are on the main track for all races today. Keeneland is off the turf, so this is an all main track. Late pick 5. Scratch the 7 Angusonic. Scratch the 8 San Costantino. Again, scratch 7 Angusonic and 8 San Costantino. The jockey for part of entry 1A Junior's gift, Rafael Mojica Jr. That's part of entry 1A Junior's gift, Rafael Mojica Jr. And a reminder, part of entry 2B Valiant Charge draws into the race. The jockey Mitchell Merle. That's part of entry 2B Valiant Charge draws into the race. Jockey Mitchell Merle. Track is sloppy. Post time in 5 minutes.
Taking a look at these horses, these young horses over here on the track side, and there are some big, tall horses in here. Starting with the outside 3, we'll focus our attention on 9, 10, and 11. Knock Her Down, the 9 horse. A gelding that's been training at Remington Park. Travis Murphy is the conditioner. Cindy Murphy, if you've paid attention to any racing through the years, especially at Prairie Meadows in Altoona, Iowa, Cindy Murphy was a dominant force there and continues to win at a high percentage. So good to see Cindy in town here to ride this one for Travis Murphy. Knock Her Down, a big, tall gelding, outside post. They're taking a big swing here today, coming into Kentucky and tackling some of the best 2-year-olds that we have each and every season at this stage of the year. Nakatomi, the number 10 horse, is a beast. Chestnut gelding by Firing Line. You can see the way that he looks. This looks like a typical Wesley runner as far as the 2-year-olds are concerned. His filly is tall, as Gabby suspected, and looking at her over on the paddock side, this one is far more a prototypical type of Wesley runner and currently sitting at 3-1. I really am taken back by how good he looks, and you can see how good he is warming up right now with Joel Rosario. And another big colt is Baytown Warrior, the 11 horse for Paul McEntee, a colt by First Samurai, just a $1,500 Keeneland September sales graduate from 2020. He should be plenty fit. He's had a couple of half-mile workouts, several 3-furlong workouts, and he is just a big, tall, leggy individual, as he'll be right there with these other big horses to the outside. If these 3 hook up, it could be quite the race coming out of the 4.5 chute. We're 2 minutes from race number 4, baby action here at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, the Brookdale start of the late pick 5. They are at the post. And they're off. Valiant Charge outrunning for the early lead. Lieutenant Finn, Nakatomi now taking the lead, and Happy Soul. Happy Soul to the lead now. Nakatomi goes second. Lieutenant Finn is third. Valiant Charge is in fourth. Attaboy Anthony is fifth. About to rage sixth. Baytown Warrior wide seventh. Warrior eighth toward the inside. Knocker Down is in ninth position. Junior's Gift is 10th. And Cheyenne Wind, the last of the 11, as they round the far turn. Happy Soul leading Nakatomi by a length and a half to the top of the stretch. They turn for home. They've opened up by 10 lengths. Back to Lieutenant Finn in third. Valiant Charge in fourth. Baytown Warrior fifth. About to Rage is sixth. But the top two are moving by the eighth pole. Happy Soul has the lead by a length. Here comes Nakatomi again from the outside. Happy Soul, Nakatomi. Ward is 1-2. Nakatomi gets a narrow lead past the 16th pole. Nakatomi, Joel Rosario getting up to win it. Happy Soul across the line in second. Attaboy Anthony rallies up on the outside for third. Knocker Down was fourth. Lieutenant Finn was fifth.
It was quickly a Wesley Ward baby match race here in race number 4. The filly down on the inside, Happy Soul for Wesley with Johnny Velasquez. She has the lead at this point in time, but the big burly son of Firing Line, Nakatomi and Rosario, able to wear her down.
Yeah, what else can you do when the Wesley Ward duo opens up on the field by about 5, 6, 7 lengths? You can't reel them in at this point. And it turns out that the number 10, Nakatomi, became really professional trackside, and he had it all together today. Good runner-up performance by the 6, Happy Soul, who showed a little bit more speed but had to finish second for Wesley Ward. It's a Wesley Ward exacta for the baby race, race 4.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 4th race: 10, Nakatomi was first, 6, Happy Soul was second, 1, Attaboy Anthony third, 9, Knocker Down was fourth, and 5, Lieutenant Finn was fifth. 10-6-1-9-5 unofficial. Fourth race, results official. 10-6-1-9-5, the official results for Keeneland's 4th. Official winner of Keeneland's 4th race, the Brookdale. 10, Nakatomi, owned by Mark DeTample, trained by Wesley Ward. Joel Rosario, the jockey. Nakatomi, a 2-year-old gelded son of Firing Line out of Appalachia by Flatter, bred in Kentucky by Arnold Zetcher, LLC, and Crestwood Farm. A Keeneland November baby covers the Headley course over the sloppy main track in 51.35 seconds. Keeneland's 5th race upcoming. This will start the late pick 4. We are off the turf. All races today being contested over the main track, which is listed sloppy. Race 5 off the turf, 1 1/8 miles On the sloppy main track, scratch the 1 Sunset Kiss, scratch 2 Elka du Hawarate, scratch 3 I Hear You, scratch the 4 Talking Book. Also scratch 6 Tazamu, 7 Take Charge Row, and 8 Vespa. Also scratch 11 Lake Lucerne and 12 Ballymore Star. Again, scratch 1, 2, 3, and 4 Sunset Kiss, Elka du Hawarate, I Hear You, and Talking Book. Scratch 6, 7, and 8 Tazamu, Take Charge Row, and Vespa. And scratch 11 and 12, Lake Lucerne and Ballymore Star. A reminder, number 13, My Last First Kiss, draws into the race. No super high five, no superfecta, no trifecta, no show wagering on race 5, a mile and an eighth on the main track. Sixth event, scratch the 1, Living for Today. That's the 6th race, scratch 1, Living for Today. There will be a carryover in race 6 on that Toyota Jackpot Super High 5 of $21,952. 7th race, off the turf, mile and a 16th on the main track. That's the 7th event, off the turf, mile and a 16th main track. Scratch the 2 Stunning Sky, scratch 3 Amazima. Also scratch 5 Al Nassim, 6 Winter Sunset, and 7 Temple City Terror. Again, scratch 2 Stunning Sky, 3 Amazima. Also scratch 5 Al Nassim, 6 Winter Sunset, and 7 Temple City Terror. A reminder, number 8 His Glory draws into the race. No super high five, no superfecta, no trifecta, no exacta, no place, no show wagering on race 7. 8th and final race has no changes at this time.
Race number 5 off the turf course on the main track, as all the races are this afternoon. Sloppy conditions continue, and just a field of 4 remain after the scratches. Lenny Kate is being bet down to 4-5 right now for trainer Chad Brown, Pick 5 Racing, a daughter of Tonalist, who gets her first dirt opportunity here today. You've got to respect her based on that. Tonalist offspring went at a 25% clip when the racetrack comes up wet, as we're dealing with today. She's a big, strong-looking filly, and also that race that she comes out of on the 14th of February at Gulfstream Park, where she was 3rd. The runner-up, who was only a length and a half in front of her, Enjoy It While You Can, was a dead heat winner here on the 3rd of April at the beginning of this meet. So that is a productive race, live race that she comes out of, and she's 4-5 right now in this short field. The number 13 gets to draw in off the also eligible as a main track only, I should say, as a main track only entrant for Anthony Cordarolo. That's My Last First Kiss, a filly who's been campaigned down in South Florida, comes off of a solid 4th last time out at Gulfstream Park. She gets back out to a distance where she was stakes placed in the Swanee River just 2 starts ago. You've always got to respect the main track only entrants when they get the opportunity, and nice to see that Anthony Cordarolo was able to get this filly up here in due time from Gulfstream to take advantage of a big opportunity for her. So you really have to give her a strong, hard look, and she's really not a bad price right now, sitting at 3-1. And then finally, Gabby, I'll go to Stand Tall, the 9, the Uncle Mo filly. She caught an off track in her second start. That was going a 1-turn mile at Churchill. Distance shouldn't be an issue. She has that Uncle Mo breeding, which is useful in any situation. I think that you've got to give her a big look in here in a pretty evenly matched group, really, from start to finish, from 5-1 down to 4-5.
I really liked her when this race was on the turf, but my opinion drastically changed with it coming off the turf and onto this sloppy sealed track. I ultimately went to the 10, Peter's Kitten, here for trainer Mike Maker. This is only her second start coming out of the Maker barn, and when you look at her form, she is 1 for 17. Not necessarily my cup of tea. I often go for horses that are lightly raced and have a little bit more upside, but she is 0 for 16 on the turf. Her only victory was against Maiden Special Weight Company on a sloppy sealed track at Santa Anita. So I'm not saying that she's been running on the wrong surface, because she has been running well on the turf, but this, I think, is a big opportunity for her. She's more than capable on the dirt. She's more than capable on a sloppy sealed surface. It's just a question of, is she good enough? I personally think she is. So my opinion completely changed in this race to the 10, Peter's Kitten, whose sole victory is on a sloppy main track. The number 5, Lenny Kate. I understand why they're betting this filly, but sometimes you get value in these types of races because she's a better turf horse. I loved her. She was my best angle of the day on the turf course. But to take 4-5 on a horse that's never seen a sloppy sealed track in the afternoon just seems to be a little bit much. And it's still a question of class. She's lightly raced. She broke her maiden at Gulfstream Park in her debut, and she came back to run an okay race at Belmont. She was the beaten favorite that day, and she once again was the beaten favorite last time out. Now, my angle with her when the race was still on the turf, I don't think she really handled the surface last time out, the really firm course at Gulfstream Park, but it's still a question, a huge unknown, whether or not she's going to be better or the same or worse on the sloppy main track. So at even money, 4-5, I'm going to have to look elsewhere. And then finally, the number 13, she gets what she wanted for trainer Anthony Cordarolo, and she does get that outside draw, which I think should help her. She has speed, all things you have to like on a sloppy track, and then also in a race that's a little on the smaller side, because sometimes when you get fillies who are naturally closers, horses that close from off the pace, it can be tough for them to kind of be pushed towards the front position, or just to get them to be forced to be in the pack of horses. When you get smaller fields, you don't really see much separation in terms of horses' running style. So at least she has some natural speed. That's her best attribute in this race, and it is just a question of whether she's good enough. Her last race, I thought, came up a little bit on the lighter side. She was 24-1 in that race, and she still wound up finishing 4th. So There are definitely more accomplished fillies and mares in this race, but are they more accomplished on the dirt is the question. She's on the board right now at 3-1. But I do go to the number 10 as the top pick, Peter's Kitten. She's getting bet right now, second choice at 5-2, 13 minutes out from race 5. This race does kick off that final pick 4 opportunity, so make sure you get your tickets in. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fifth race, the Indian Creek, an allowance for fillies and mares age 4 and up. Race comes off the turf. It goes 1 1/8 on the main track. Main track is listed sloppy. Scratch the 1, Sunset Kiss. Scratch the 2, El Cadu Huarte. Scratch 3, I Hear You. Also the 4, Talking Book. Likewise, scratch the 6, Tazamu, the 7, Take Charge Row, and the 8, Vespa. Also scratch 11, Lake Lucerne, and 12, Ballymore Star. A reminder, number 13, My Last First Kiss, draws into the race. No super high five, no superfecta, no trifecta, no show wagering. But there still is double, pick 3, and also the late pick 4 to be featured here. Post time in 7 minutes.
Coming up next, we have a heavy favorite, the number 5 at 3-2, Lenny Kate for trainer Chad Brown, a daughter of Tonalist out of a Langfear mare. And looking at her on track, or at least walking out to the track, she just seems like a very elegant, well put together filly. I really don't mind her. I mean, I'm not surprised that she looks as well as she does, considering she's trained by Chad Brown. The biggest question for me is the main track. She does have a lot of angles. She seems more physically built to handle a turf surface, but maybe she'll be just as fine on this track. I do prefer others, but she does look well. It's just still a question of whether or not she will handle this surface. A filly that I think will handle this surface, and look, one sloppy track to the next is not always the same. A sloppy track at Santa Anita isn't always the same as a sloppy track at Keeneland, but the 10, Peter's Kitten, I was looking at her and just looking at her physically and how she might be built to handle the conditions of the track today, and she definitely looks like she'll be just fine. You can see her getting a very aggressive warm-up under Tyler Gaffalione, going very fast around there, and I think that's because he really wants to get her out of the gate. She's a filly that doesn't really show much speed in her turf races, and in this small field, you can't afford to be that far back. You have to get out of the gate and get into a competitive position early. So I like this preliminary warm-up that Tyler Gaffalione is giving this filly. And some things I look for in terms of whether or not they might handle an off-track is their feet. Love looking at their feet. If they have big, wide, flat feet, well, it seems like they're more inclined for the turf. But if they have smaller, teacup-looking feet, they're likely going to be better on a track like this, and that's exactly what she has. So to my eye, she looks like she's built for this surface. We'll see what she can do. Right now, she is on the board at 2-1, but the money's still coming in on the 5, Lenny Kate, 3-2, as we're 4 minutes out from race 5 to kick off the late pick 4.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fifth race, the Indian Creek, at 1 1/8 miles on the main track. Start of the all-main track late pick 4. They are at the post. And they're off. There's Peters Kitten from the outside. Stand Tall has speed, now looks ahead in front. Lenny Kate moves up. Lenny Kate down toward the rail moves up to challenge for the top spot. My Last First Kiss going to stack up to the far outside, going to be caught 3 lanes off the rail into that first turn. Lenny Kate saves the ground and has the early lead now by a half length as Stand Tall goes second between horses a half length. My Last First Kiss, far outside, travels wide around the turn in third, and Peters Kitten is trailing in the fourth position, ducks over toward the inside, just over 2 lengths off the leader. Opening quarter is on the board at 23.85 seconds over the sloppy going on the main track, and Lenny Kate the leader. It is Lenny Kate against the rail with a head in front. Stand Tall starts to draw alongside from second a half length. And My Last First Kiss, still toward the far outside, stays in the center of the track in third. Room for Peters Kitten to move up just a couple of feet down toward the inside, but going to need more room from there to the far turn after an opening half mile of 47.88 seconds. And back up front, it is Lenny Kate who continues to show the way, leads it by a half length. And Stand Tall is still second. My Last First Kiss to the far outside. The top 3 separated by less than a length. And Peters Kitten still there in fourth, just taking it all in behind that front trio as they work their way around the far turn. Stand Tall between horses, ahead in front. Lenny Kate is right there to the inside. My Last First Kiss still there toward the outside. These 3 in front of Peters Kitten, who starts to move toward the center of the track to line them up for a cross as they move on by the quarter pole. Peters Kitten down the far outside, but Stand Tall toward the inside has a narrow lead. My Last First Kiss is fighting on between that pair, and Lenny Kate backs up to fourth into the final furlong. Stand Tall, the leader, a length and a half. Here's Peters Kitten still trying to reel in the leader. Stand Tall is in front. Peters Kitten 2 lengths away. Stand Tall coming to the line. Stand Tall, Brian Hernandez Jr. to win it. From Peters Kitten home second, My Last First Kiss third, and Lenny Kate was fourth.
The biggest price in a field of 4 comes through. That is Stand Tall, as she stands tall at the top of the stretch, as the favorite did not have an easy trip. She was battling down on the inside. She starts to back out of there, and here's the 9 with a jump on the rest of these fillies as she picks up her second win here at Keeneland, her first win on the main track.
Yeah, small field, big price. This filly in the past only had 1 career victory, and that was on the turf, and didn't really show up in her past dirt performances, but she was completely different today and wins at a nice price at 5-1 if you had her in the late pick 4. 9, 10, 13 across the board for the 5th.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race. 9 Stand Tall was first. 10 Peter's Kitten was second. 13 My Last First Kiss was third. And 5 Lenny Kate was fourth. 9, 10, 13, 5 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth race, the Indian Creek 9 Stand Tall, owned by G. Watts Humphrey Jr. and Ashbrook Farm of Glen Brommagen, trained by Rusty Arnold. Brian Hernandez Jr. is the winning jockey. Stand Tall, a 4-year-old filly by Uncle Mo out of Raise the Flag by Awesome Again, bred in Kentucky by Pursuit of Success LLC. Keeneland sales graduate gets the 9 furlongs over the main track, listed sloppy, 1 minute 52.73 seconds. Race 5, results official. 9, 10, 13, 5, the official results. Keeneland's sixth race upcoming, including double and pick 3 wagering, starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Scratch the 1 living for today. Number 1 living for today is a scratch. Main track is listed sloppy, and race 6 will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Carry over for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $21,952. Seventh race off the turf, mile and a 16th on the main track. That's race 7 off the turf, mile and a 16th main track. Scratch the 2, Stunning Sky. Scratch the 3, Amazima. Also scratch 5, Al Nassim, 6, Winter Sunset, and 7, Temple City Terror. Again, scratch 2, Stunning Sky, as well as 3, Amazima. Also scratch 5, Al Nassim, 6, Winter Sunset, and 7, Temple City Terror. A reminder, number 8, His Glory, draws into the race. No Super High 5, no Superfecta, no Trifecta, no Exacta, no place, no show wagering on race 7. Eighth and final race has no changes at this time. Up to put ahead in front off the far turn. Champagne Toast fights right back, regains the lead a half length into the final furlong. Time for Glory, 5 lengths away in third. It is Champagne Toast with the lead toward the rail. Dramatizer second a length away. Time for Glory has gone to third, but still far back at the wire. Champagne Toast, Dramatizer. Champagne Toast wins at a half length. Dramatizer second. Time for Glory across the wire in third. Now changing lanes behind horses in the 5th position as they move into the stretch. Positive Vibes on the far outside is coming after Matt's Honey and still fighting on Betty B. Those 3 at the front. Matt's Honey ahead in front. Positive Vibes now moves on by. Positive Vibes, James Graham aboard. Positive Vibes to win it. It's going to be close for second. Either Betty B or Matt's Honey behind that. Has a narrow lead. Our Alibi is second. Fort Peck to third. Someday Jones is fourth down toward the inside. Our Alibi fighting on to the inside, but Mubermage has a narrow lead. Someday Jones, Fort Peck. Big Beautiful Wallace fifth. Mubermage, the leader in deep stretch. Mubermage and Luis Saez. Mubermage wins it. Going to be close for second. It was either four. Turn for home. They've opened up by 10 lengths. Back to Lieutenant Finn in third. Valiant Charge in fourth. Baytown Warrior fifth. About to Rage is sixth. But the top 2 are moving by the 8th pole. Happy Soul has the lead by a length. Here comes Nakatomi again from the outside. Happy Soul, Nakatomi. Ward is 1-2. Nakatomi gets a narrow lead past the 16th pole. Nakatomi, Joel Rosario getting up to win it. Happy Soul across the line in second. Attaboy Anthony rallies up. Keeneland's 5th race upcoming. This will line them up 4 across as they move on by the quarter pole. Peters Kitten down the far outside, but Stand Tall toward the inside has a narrow lead. My Last First Kiss is fighting on between that pair. Lenny Kate backs up to 4th into the final furlong. Stand Tall, the leader, a length and a half. Here's Peters Kitten still trying to reel in the leader. Stand Tall is in front. Peters Kitten 2 lengths away. Stand Tall coming to the line. Stand Tall, Brian Hernandez Jr. to win it. From Peters Kitten home second, My Last First Kiss. Number 1 living for today is a scratch. Main track is listed sloppy and race.
The excitement of Kentucky Derby Week and the return of the Keeneland April Horses of Racing Age sale. Backed by a history of success, the 2021 April sale introduces a new integrated format featuring an enhanced all-digital catalog and the option to buy horses on site in the Keeneland sales ring or remote from anywhere in the world. The April Horses of Racing Age sale, Monday, April 26th.
This 6th race here on the Wednesday card might be the toughest race that we'll come across by far, as we've got a good group that are lining up and 8 horses to sort through as they're looking to break their maidens. A mile and a 16th, maiden $50,000 claiming event. This race does start the final pick 3 opportunity of the afternoon, and deemed essential 2-1 right now is the favorite. This is my top play for Todd Pletcher, Let's Go Stable, and Johnny Velasquez. She's a filly that started off her career running well. She's run well over a sloppy track. She did so on debut. Her second start, she was second behind a filly by the name of Dial to Win, who was recently 4th in a Grade 3 race down in Florida, the Grade 3 Forward Gal. So you've got to respect that company. She comes off of a 2-month freshening from that turf event in the maiden special weight ranks, and she's run against some very live runners. I mean, the bottom line is she's been given every opportunity against maiden special weight company and they've decided to go ahead and pull the plug on that and move down in class. So you've got to respect her, and most are, as she sits at 2-1 right now, deemed essential on the drop. Too much for me to get around here in race number 6. Same can be said for Seascape. She's only had 2 starts, though, and they're going to drop her here today. Daughter of Distorted Humor. That pedigree is very useful on and off track. We'll see what Size is able to do from this inside post. There's a good chance that she may make the lead from the inside. It's just a matter of how much pressure is she going to take in a really, I don't want to call it a nondescript type of pace sort of scenario, but it's really tough for me to read the pace and what's going to happen in here, minus the fact that you've got to think that she's going to be forwardly placed from that inside post. So the pedigree, the drop, Saez, and hopefully showing some speed, Seascape is a danger in here for Windstar Stablemates Racing. And then the 6 horse, the third choice, that's Legendary Gift for Eddie Keneally. She debuted at Gulfstream Park in a very highly thought of race. Slumber Party and Pass the Champagne are names you may remember. Slumber Party was the favorite for the Beaumont on opening weekend. Pass the Champagne came very close to winning the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland. This filly was a part of that race. She was a part of the pace and then backed up, so they're going to drop her in for a tag here today. Eddie Keneally with a winner this past Sunday with a first-time starter. So this is a second-time starter, and encouraging to see Joel Rosario in the saddle. So 5-2-6 for me, Gabby, here in race number 6.
All right, Scott. Well, I go in a completely different direction, but happy to see this filly, my top pick, taking some play right now at 7-2. That's a 3 Take Charge Patty. And normally I stray away from horses like this. 0 for 15 on form. And to be honest, sometimes you look at horses like this and you said, well, are they really ever going to win? But today's her first start dropping at the maiden claiming level. All 15 of her career starts have been against maiden special weight competition. And a lot of those starts have been on the turf as well. I think she's just as good on the dirt as she is on the turf. In fact, her last race here at Keeneland was in a rained-off event, maiden special weight level, 1 mile and 3/16. And that day, we saw something completely different. It was a smaller field, and Rafael Bejarano decided to kind of send her, and she opened up on the field in the middle part of the race by almost 2 lengths, and she faded to finish second in there to long pants required. So I don't think we're going to see that type of trip today. At least I hope not. I think she should be able to get a nice stalking trip, but she seems to be capable on a wet track, and I think just the drop in class is going to help her. 7-2, the 3 Take Charge Patty is my top pick. Then the 5 Deemed Essential. Of course, you have to respect her. 2-1, Todd Pletcher dropping in from that race. 2 back, at least on the dirt, where she showed speed and faded against Curlin's Catch and Tabor Hall. That was a pretty productive race, I will say. But with her, she is a filly by Upstart, and I'm just playing devil's advocate for a horse that is likely going to be a short price. I mentioned earlier Todd Pletcher, dangerous with the maiden special weight to maiden claiming horses. All of those things are why this horse is the favorite and why she should be bet in here. But why not to bet her? I just am not truly convinced that she wants to go 2 turns. You look at her race first time out, she ran well on a sloppy sealed track, closing to finish second. Then she came back another good second at Gulfstream Park West. And then she started to stretch out in distance and her form started to fall apart. That race against Maiden Special Weight Company going the 1-turn mile at Gulfstream, she showed speed and then stopped as the favorite. So again, if there's maybe an Achilles heel or one negative thing I can say about this favorite is that I'm not so sure that she wants to go 2 turns, and she has to navigate 1 mile and 1/16 today. Finally, the number 6, Legendary Gift, drops in class, and this is purely just a drop from a very, very tough maiden special weight to an average group of maiden $50,000 types today. I mean, she faced Slumber Party, she faced Pass the Champagne. That was a key race during the course of the winter months at Gulfstream Park. So this is a big, big drop in class. When you're looking at horses that are coming out of maiden special weight races, you could argue that she comes out of the toughest maiden special weight race. And she showed speed that day. So she could very well show speed against this group and be able to handle 2 turns. I was a little bit worried about her distance limitations, but physically she looks like she should be okay, especially against this level of competition. So 5-1, I think, is a fair price on the 6 Legendary Gift as she does drop in class and gets Joel Rosario aboard. But surprised to see the 5 deemed essential. She's only at 2-1. She is your favorite right now for trainer Todd Pletcher, with a winner already on today's card. We'll hope to get the second one as race 6 is coming up shortly to kick off the final pick 3 opportunity of the day.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, maiden claiming race, for a claiming price of $50,000. Fillies and mares 3 and up, mile and a 16th over the main track listed Sloppy. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch 1, living for today. Number 1, living for today, scratched. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $21,952. Post time at 7 minutes.
Is warming up on track here for the upcoming 6th race, and taking a look at the number 2 Seascape on track here. This filly, trained by Dallas Stewart, she stretches out from 2 sprints to a route today, and she drops in class. And Scott, you had the opportunity to speak to Dallas just a few moments ago. Curious to hear what he said about this filly, his assessment of this group, and also if she can be better at 2 turns.
Well, he said that he told Saez that obviously be ready to go when they load that last one in there to hopefully get her to break sharp away from the starting gate. And we know how Saez, he knows what he's doing, getting away from the gate as well as anybody in this game. But asked him if there's any hesitation in running her today with the condition. He said, no, not at all. And he also commented on how tough the group is. He said, this is a tougher group than the average maiden 50, and I think that we would all agree with that. So I think the plan is they'd like to get to the front end, and hopefully she's able to do so. And I think she can be dangerous. I mean, not to continue to go back to the pedigree on this filly, but she's bred as well as any in here, period. But certainly I think has an advantage with her pedigree in these types of conditions being by Distorted Humor.
Yeah, Distorted Humor's progeny loves a wet track, that's for sure. The number 4, Runaway Mom, I just wanted to touch on here for trainer Ian Wilkes. She's a filly that I did not use in my top 3, but when I look at her from a physical perspective, she's lightly framed, pretty narrow. She's got those cuppy, teacup-like feet, which I think she should like the sloppy sealed surface. And I'm just purely drawing attention to her off of looks alone. I'm just liking how this filly is behaving and acting today for trainer Ian Wilkes. And when you, again, look at her back form, she's faced some pretty decent competition before in the past. Black Magic Woman, Financial One, Movie Moxie, even Spice is Nice, who was a really impressive winner here at Keeneland last week. So maybe the class is, in fact, there if she can handle the track conditions today, which I think she can. So the 4, Runaway Mom, maybe an outsider that you want to throw into the mix at 9-1. A competitive field, your lukewarm favorite is the 5, Deemed Essential, at 2-1. We're 3 minutes out.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race. First wire, they are at the post. And they're off. There's Seascape out for the lead. Here comes Deemed Essential moving up on the outside. Legendary Gift away running in third. And Take Charge Patty fourth back toward the inside. Seascape is the early leader. Seascape in front for Luis Saez against the rail into the first turn as Deemed Essential goes to second just off the leader's flank. Around the turn, Take Charge Patty third back toward the inside, third a half length as Legendary Gift moves up a closer fourth on the outside. High Fashion got over to the rail, managed to save some ground around the first turn. Back in that fifth position, Tone My Betty is in sixth. Runaway Mom seventh. Causeway Princess is at the back. It was 23.88 seconds for that opening quarter over the sloppy going. Seascape is the leader, 3/4 of a length. Deemed Essential second a length up the back stretch. And then Take Charge Patty is third a half length. Legendary Gift fourth up on the outside. High Fashion still against the rail, still in that fifth position, nearly 5 lengths from the front as they head for the far turn. Runaway Mom and then Tone My Betty, who stacks up last to the far outside, 47.82 seconds. Should say Causeway Princess is actually last, has lost contact with the field as they head to the far turn. Back up front, it is Seascape who continues to lead it by 3/4 of a length. Deemed Essential second a length and a half, and then Take Charge Patty between horses. High Fashion looking for room down toward the inside. Legendary Gift is still wide around the turn. High Fashion moves up the rail, fifth to fourth to third, 2 lengths off the lead, but they're coming to the top of the short stretch, and Seascape is the leader. Seascape leads at a length and a half. Deemed Essential second. High Fashion going to try to find room down toward the inside from third to second, trying to squeeze on by to challenge for the lead in the final furlong. Legendary Gift is fourth on the far outside. High Fashion up the rail to the lead from Seascape. Deemed Essential, Legendary Gift in fourth. It is High Fashion. Brian Hernandez Jr. cut the corner, found the room. High Fashion wins it from Seascape home second. Deemed Essential was across the line in third. Legendary Gift fourth, and Take Charge Patty fifth.
High Fashion splitting, or coming through on the inside, I should say, splitting the pace setter and the rail to get this victory. She had the pace set up, and the gamble pays out for Brian Hernandez Jr. staying down on the inside.
Yeah, Scott, things got a little bit tight with this filly, though. When she started to make her move at the quarter pole, the number 2 Seascape and Luis Saez came over a little bit, bumped her. I wouldn't even be surprised if she kind of hit the inside rail, but that didn't dampen her momentum whatsoever. She kept on keeping on under Brian Hernandez, and a very gutsy win here for the number 9 High Fashion. The 2 Seascape holds on to finish second, and the 5 Deemed Essential, your post-time favorite, rounds out the try.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's sixth race: 9 High Fashion was first, 2 Seascape was second, 5 Deemed Essential third, 6 Legendary Gift was fourth, and 3 Take Charge Patty fifth. 9-2-5-6-3 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's sixth race, 9 High Fashion. The winner owned and bred in Kentucky by G. Watts Humphrey Jr. and W.S. Farish. Rusty Arnold trains. Brian Hernandez Jr. rides the winner. Back-to-back wins on the card for the Humphrey-Arnold-Hernandez combination. High Fashion, a 3-year-old Union Rags filly out of Miracle Run by Street Cry. Time for the mile and a 16th over the main track listed sloppy, 1 minute 45.23 seconds. Race 6 results official. 9:25.63, the official results for Keeneland's sixth race. Keeneland's seventh race upcoming, race 7 off the turf. It goes a mile and a 16th on the main track. Race 7 off the turf, a mile and a 16th on the sloppy main track. Scratch the 2, Stunning Sky. Scratch 3, Amazima. Also scratch the 5, Al Nassim, the 6, Winter Sunset, and the 7, Temple City Terror. Again, scratch 2, Stunning Sky, as well as 3, Amazima. Also scratch the 5, Al Nassim, 6, Winter Sunset, and 7, Temple City Terror. A reminder, number 8, His Glory, draws into the race. No Super High 5, no Superfecta, no Trifecta, no Exacta, no Place, and no Show wagering on race 7. Race 7 does, however, start the last of the day's rolling doubles. Eighth and final race, no changes in race 8. There will be a carryover in the 8th race for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $24,026.
Race number 7 scratched down to just a field of 3, with this race coming off the turf course to the sloppy main track. And right now you're looking at a board that's pretty close to one another. You've got even money on the outside, 6-5 on the 4, and then 2-1 on Final Cut, the number 1 horse. I thought Joy Epifura was the one to beat. It's coming in bottom line, even with the main track only entrant coming into this race. We heard from Jimmy Graham earlier on the Today at Keeneland program. He had a chance to talk to Tom Leach and simply said the key to her is timing it right and keeping her out of trouble. Well, trouble shouldn't be an issue here today. As long as she can stay within reach of these fillies, I think that she's got a big look in here. She's run over and off track before in her native country of Argentina back in 2019. These Argentinian imports always seem to do very well in the off track. And here's more Distorted Humor pedigree to lean on. She is a granddaughter of Distorted Humor. She is by Fortify, who has, I've never seen this number before when it comes to off-track statistics for progeny. 29% winners for sons and daughters of Fortify. That's the win clip in which they race at and win at when the racetrack comes up in the conditions that we're seeing here today. So I think a lot to like about her. She just clicked down to 4-5 in the wagering as we're discussing her with 17 minutes to post. The 8 horse on the outside, His Glory, gets the opportunity for trainer Joe Sharp. A 4-time winner, might be the pace setter in here. Her last dirt race was in the Pippin Stakes. She was in over her head in that spot, so she's back into a realistic position. And Luis Saez takes the call here today. A lot of reasons to think that this filly will be right there in the end. And the rail filly, Final Cut for G. Watts Humphrey Jr., looking to continue his role on this afternoon. This one for Vicky Oliver, the conditioner. We'll see what they decide to do from this inside post. Hasn't raced in 4 months. There have been times, Gabby, where she's shown speed. There have been other times where she's not speedy whatsoever. She's been very inconsistent in her trips. So she is currently sitting at 5-2 as the biggest price in this trio.
Well, Scott, I go to the 6-5 favorite, I think, or it's going back and forth between the 4 and the 8. The 8, His Glory, I just think has the upper hand on the field. She's got class. She has speed. She has, the connections, and Joe Sharp just really wanted to run her on this surface today, and she gets what she wanted. She's a winner on a wet track. She's a winner on a fast main track too, and she's a winner on the turf. So you love to see that versatility, and I really don't think anybody is naturally as fast as she is. So she could have an easy go of it with regard to this 3-horse field. The number 4, Joy Epifura, thought that was an interesting stat for the sire and Fortify. This mare, she has tried the main track before in the past. She's even tried a wet fast track down in Argentina, but it's kind of an unknown up here in the States. She does, the one thing that's working to her advantage is that I think she's the best horse in the field off of her class. She faced Stakes Company in her past 2 starts. She lost by just over a length last time out after a troubled beginning. I know that was on the turf, but still I think it's worth noting a performance like that because she is the class of the field. There's no doubt about it. But when James Graham said that, he has to time her move appropriately, that kind of perked my ears because I just don't know if that's going to be, if she'll be able to work out the right type of trip in a 3-horse field. If you need to appropriately time a move in a 3-horse field, that might be a little bit of a disadvantage. To me, she's a horse that likes to be taken back and make that one run into the pace, and I don't know if she's going to be able, I don't think she'll be able to have that type of trip today. And then the one Final Cut, she, I think, is the 3rd likeliest winner in here for Vicky Oliver. There's nothing more to say. She does go in and out of form. She does go in and out of having speed, and she is coming in off that layoff since the mid-December. So we'll see what she can do, but I do think she is up against it, going against the 4, Joy Epifura, and the speedy filly to the outside, the 8, His Glory. So just a 3-horse field as we are 14 minutes out from the next.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's featured 7th race, the Winter Quarter Allowance. Fillies and mares age 4 and up. Race comes off the turf, goes a mile and a 16th on the main track, which is listed sloppy. Scratch the 2, Stunning Sky. Scratch 3, Amazima. Also scratch 5, Al Nassim. 6, Winter Sunset. And 7, Temple City Terror. A reminder, number 8, His Glory, draws into the race. This will start the last of the day's rolling doubles, but no super high five, no superfecta, no trifecta, no exacta, no place, and no show wagering on race 7. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Post time at 7 minutes. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th and featured race, the Winter Quarter Allowance, at 1 mile and a 16th on the main track. First wire, they are at the post, and they're off. There goes Final Cut for the lead, and His Glory right there on the outside. And these two go right at it coming out of the starting gate. Joy Epifora going to back away into the 3rd position under James Graham to let the other two duke it out for the top spot early as they head to the first turn. It's going to be Final Cut who prevails here in the early going, has the lead now by just over a length around the turn. His Glory goes second, stays a lane off the rail, and Joy Epifora is in that 3rd position as these three work their way around the first turn and on to the back stretch. It is Final Cut who is the leader. Final Cut leads it by 3/4 of a length, and His Glory goes second. Opening quarter, 24.45 seconds, and Joy Epifora is 3rd for the move up the back stretch, just over 2 lengths off the lead. Final Cut, Rafael Bejarano showing the way here at Keeneland, having the advantage by a length at the midpoint of the backstretch in this afternoon's feature. His Glory still there in the 2nd position. Now starts to move forward once again, just to next separate the top two, and Joy Epifora is in 3rd position, 48.28 seconds the time for that opening half mile. Over to the far turn they go. Final Cut, the leader, and His Glory alongside. A half length between the top two. Joy Epifora is still 3rd down toward the inside, 2 lengths off the lead. The front pair are working their way to the quarter pole. His Glory puts ahead in front. Final Cut being pushed along now and asks for more in second as they turn for home. And Joy Epifora carefully starts to move toward the outside to the top of the short stretch from 3rd to challenge for second, but His Glory has the lead. His Glory in front by 2 lengths. Joy Epifora takes aim at the leader now in the final furlong. Final Cut is 3rd. Here's Joy Epifora coming after His Glory. His Glory leads at a half length. Joy Epifora is there. His Glory, Joy Epifora. Head-bobbing photo for the win of this afternoon's feature. Either His Glory or Joy Epifora behind that pair. Final Cut across the line in 3rd.
Tight finish in the feature between His Glory, the 8, who made the move around the turn, passing the pace setter, which was the 1 Final Cut. Jimmy Graham rode this filly, Joy Epifora, just like he told us on today at Keeneland. He had to time it just right. He did everything that he possibly could to do it, but does he in the end, or does the 8 hold on here deep in stretch?
Yeah, we're going to take another look here at the stretch run. You can see James Graham really getting after Joy Epifora on the outside. His Glory down on the inside. Scott, it's going to come down to a head bob. 3-horse field, and it'll be a photo finish for the win.
We'll take the low-angle shot. I don't know that the 4 ever got her nose in front of the 8, and it appears that way again. Another low-angle shot will be coming at you, which might be more revealing, but quite a horse race that's going to come down to a photo in this field of 3.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. In the photo for the win, number 8, His Glory, finished first. 4, Joy Epifora, second. 1 Final Cut was third. 8-4-1, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th and featured race, the Winter Quarter Allowance, 8, His Glory. Owned by MyRacehorse.com of Michael Behrens, trained by Joe Sharp. 2 wins today for jockey Luis Saez. His Glory, a 4-year-old filly by Mineshaft out of Gloria Sky by Aldebaran, bred in Florida by Farm 3 Enterprises LLC. Keeneland September graduate gets the mile and a 16th over the sloppy main track, 1 minute 44.61 seconds. Results of race 7 official, 8-4-1, the official results. Keeneland's 8th and final race upcoming. The main track is sloppy. $24,026 the carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5. No changes in race 8.
Final race on this Wednesday afternoon, race 8, $20,000 claimers, non-winners of 2 lifetime, the restriction, and they'll be going 6 furlongs on the sloppy main track. The 7 is the current choice at 5-2. Inspector Frost, the class dropper for Godolphin, and trainer Brad Cox with Luis Saez. I'm going to Kierkegaard as my top play in here for Calumet and Jack Sisterson. They dropped this horse in for 15 last time out and got a solid effort from him at Turfway Park. And I don't think it's going to take much more than something near what we saw from him in his last start. I had the feeling the 7 was going to get this kind of play given the drop that he's taken. But I don't think that this colt is very far off. He's run on a sloppy track in the past against Stakes Company, and he handled it early on and just was simply overmatched if you go back to 2019. But hopefully Declan Cannon can get him away from there quickly and cleanly. And at 8-1, I'll roll the dice here in the get-out race, the nightcap race 8. The number 3 horse, Verified for Keith DeSormo, is a McLean's Music Gelding, whose only bad race came when he won a route of ground. They tried him on the turf last time out down at Fairgrounds, ran credibly there. You've got to respect the drop down in class that he's taking as well. Jimmy Graham is riding very well this afternoon at Keeneland. So at 3-1, Verified is a threat on the return or the continuation of sprinting and the drop in class that he'll be taking here today. And then finally, on the outside, Petit Verdot for the John Ennis barn. Off the 5-month layoff. The reason I went here, Gabby, is his first couple of races, he ran into some bears. Cowan, a stakes horse for Asmussen. Jackie's Warrior, a multiple Grade 1 winner for Asmussen. And he wasn't that far away from them at points in those races. And then they tried him on the grass in several consecutive races. It didn't quite work out. He comes off the long layoff now, 5 months. And we'll see if he's ready to go. And I don't know that Joel Rosario would be taking the call here if he wasn't prepared, and especially even if he's not 100% cranked up at the level, he should be effective. Petit Verdot, who is 3-1 right now. So I'll take for a price shot in here with Kierkegaard, who is currently sitting at 8-1. That's the 5.
All right, Scott, I'm taking a shot in here as well with a price that's at 9-1, the number 6 Magic Carpet for Donald Habib. When you look at his form, he first started his career off in decent form, but the one race that kind of pops off the page to me is his race at the Fairgrounds off the layoff. It was his first race in over a year. He looked maybe a little bit short of fitness. He just kind of maintained in that race, but it came up to be a decent group for $30,000 claimers at the Fairgrounds, and that was the race, or his subsequent race was where Donald Habib, his new trainer, did claim him out of. That was for $15,000, and he just did not get out of the gate that day and had a bit of a troubled trip. So I think the key for him is to break sharply, and his third race off the layoff, he should be able to be very fit today. And I just think he needs to be forwardly placed in order to be successful, because he has a tendency to be a little bit one-paced, but it's okay if you're one-paced, if you're on the front end. So hoping for an aggressive ride by Miguel Mena. The 2 legitimate horses in here, the horses to beat, are who I go to for second and third. Inspector Frost, he's the class dropper for trainer Brad Cox. I just don't like how he has run in his last 2 races. I know it's still against Allowance Company, but he has just been an absolute no-show. And this is an aggressive drop from Allowance down to the $20,000 tag. I don't blame Brad, because what else are you going to do? This horse has not been performing in the afternoon, but it's still a question of will he perform today, even against $20,000 claimers. He only has one race that really pops off the page in his form, which was his maiden race here at Keeneland, in which he won, where he went gate to wire. So at least we know that he likes the track, but he's just been so off form lately. It's hard to take a horse like this at a shorter price. And then the number 3, Verified, at least he's been in good form and against similar claimers. In fact, they've been tougher claimers. When you look at the 3 Verified too, another reason why I liked Magic Carpet is they come out of that common race on the 28th of February. Verified finished 4th in there, whereas Magic Carpet actually finished 3rd. So Magic Carpet ran the better race, and he's 8-1 versus 3-1 you have to get on Verified. And Verified, he kind of goes in and out of showing speed and not showing speed. James Graham, he is a rider that can be aggressive. He was aboard him 2 starts back when he didn't really get out of the gate. So I think he might take the more aggressive approach with him. coming out of the stalls today, the 3 verified, I think has a legitimate shot of winning this nightcap. In some ways, I even think he's a little bit more reliable than the 7, Inspector Frost. So we'll see what he can do. Co-favorites, or I guess second choice right now at 3-1. The betting public landed on the 7, Inspector Frost. I would imagine he will go off as your post-time favorite, but an interesting group here of $20,000 claimers to cap off this Wednesday afternoon.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th and final race. 3-year-olds and up with a $20,000 claiming price. 6 furlongs over the main track listed sloppy. Carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $24,026. No scratches, no jockey changes in race 8. Post time at 8 minutes.
Six minutes away from the nightcap as we get a look at these horses warming up and just some front side observations. Thought the 2, Raphael, looks nice. He's a horse that's looking at his form is not that appealing, but Jim Brogan, his trainer and owner, has done a nice job in getting this gelding ready here today. He is a big price on the board at 23-1. There is some past form going back to late in 2019 where he was running against a tougher company between Saratoga, Belmont, and Churchill, but he has not been the same horse in his most recent starts, but hasn't raced in over 6 months. So it looks like that time, based on from a physical perspective, has done him some good because he looks fine out there with Rogelio Miranda in the saddle. The number 3 horse, Verified, for Jimmy Graham and Keith DeSormo. He is a big gelding by McLean's Music. He's carrying himself nicely here. We'll see if Jimmy can work something out with him and that big stride that he possesses. He's 5-2 right now on the tote board. Like the way that he's acting in this warm-up. You can see the size difference between himself and the 8 who just passed through the frame, and that's where we'll go to next. Petit Verdot, the son of Vancouver, who hasn't raced in 5 months. If he's got that same sort of speed that he's had in the past, he's a danger in here with Joel Rosario at 4-1. It's a very wide-open event. We've seen the money shift over to Verified, who's 5-2, from the Godolphin runner, the 7-horse Inspector Frost, who has drifted slightly up to 3-1. You've got 5 minutes to get those final wagers in on this Wednesday afternoon here at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th and final race. They are at the post. They're off. Petit Verdot broke into stride. Kierkegaard is quicker, though, and Verified is being set up toward the inside. There goes Verified up to take the lead and opens up here by a length and a half. Petit Verdot into second. Autopilot is third. Kierkegaard backs away into fourth. 3 lengths from the front. Inspector Frost is fifth on his outside. Fast Bob is sixth down toward the rail. Magic Carpet is a wide seventh. Raphael moves up between horses. 1 spot from eighth. And hats off to you. Last of the 9. 22.35 seconds for the opening quarter. Verified and Petit Verdot 1-2 around the turn, separated by a half length gap of 2. Inspector Frost is third by a head. Autopilot is fourth down toward the inside. 3 more to Kierkegaard to the top of the stretch. Fifth toward the center of the track. 6 lengths off the lead, and then Fast Bob. They turn for home. Verified the leader, but Petit Verdot is still there on the outside. Inspector Frost trying to find more from third. Kierkegaard and Fast Bob working as a team out in the center of the racetrack. Fast Bob and Kierkegaard trying to chase down Verified, but Verified has a 4-length lead inside the 8th pole. It is Verified by 3.5 to Fast Bob and Kierkegaard. Verified is chased all the way by Fast Bob. Verified a length to the good. Fast Bob still trying. Verified wins it a half length on the line. Fast Bob second, Kierkegaard third, Inspector Frost fourth, and Petit Verdot.
Able to use those big strides to get to the front end with Jimmy Graham. That was Verified. He made the lead. The favorites came to him but couldn't hang with him at about the quarter pole, and the only one running on late was the one-horse Fast Bob, who just ran out of time.
And Verified has had trouble getting out of the gate before in the past, and that's made all the difference in the afternoon. Today, that didn't seem to be an issue as he stayed clean on the front end. Unfortunately, the one Fast Bob couldn't get out into the clear until very late, but he was lessening that gap in the end at a big price at 11-1, but in the end it goes to the number 3, Verified, on top at 2-1, 3-1-5-7 across the board.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race: 3 Verified was first, 1 Fast Bob was second, 5 Kierkegaard was third, 7 Inspector Frost was fourth, and 8 Petit Verdot was fifth. 3-1-5-7-8 unofficial. Results of race 8 official. 3-1-5-7-8. The official results of Keeneland's 8th race. Official winner of Keeneland's 8th race, 3 Verified. Owned by Big Chief Racing LLC of Matthew Bryan. Owned by the Rocker O Ranch LLC of Ronald Ortowski. Owned also by Keith DeSormo, trained by Keith DeSormo. 3 wins for James Graham today, who bookends the card. Verified is a 4-year-old gelded son of McLean's Music out of Lady Mocha by Tale of the Cat. Winner bred in Kentucky by Betts Kidder. 6 furlongs over the main track listed sloppy, 1 minute 11.01 seconds. At Keeneland, the pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. Late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. There will be a carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5 when live racing resumes tomorrow. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 jackpot as reflected on the infield board, $27,386. First post tomorrow, 1:05 p.m. Eastern. A reminder, advance wagering is available on the remainder of the simulcast card. Betting windows will close shortly. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.